We were watching the news, and when they came on the TV and they told us that there was a tornado moving at 55 miles an hour northeast, we took cover in the RV park laundry facilities, and we hid there until it was over. The glass was breaking. You could hear things flipping around outside. I mean, just total carnage. I'm glad I wasn't in it.
Actually, I didn't know it was on its way. My buddy Philip called me, and I went to his camper I got my truck, went to get him, and it hit when we were in the truck.
Did you see the twister?
No, I didn't. It looked like a blender. There was stuff flying around, but.
And so you rode it out in the truck?
Yes, sir.
And was your truck picked up at all, or just vibrated?
I jumped in the back seat, and he got down in the passenger floorboard. And when we set up, we were in a ditch about 10 foot from where we started.
Wow, what an ordeal, right? Just a scary scene that is unfortunately repeating today. We have new watches coming out across the mid-Atlantic for that potential for tornadoes. This all started, though, across the south. Mike Seidel has been following the aftermath from St. James Parish.
Hey, he joins us from Convent, where a storm ripped through an RV park.
The cleanup is getting underway here at the Sugar Hill RV Park. We're between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. This is where a tornado devastated the landscape yesterday afternoon. Fortunately, there was plenty of lead time with the watch and even the warning. The tornado watch was issued just after 11 a.m. The tornado hit at 3:38, but the National Weather Service in New Orleans issued the warning at 3:19, 19 minutes before, and that's better than the average lead time, which is 13 minutes. Take a look at the devastation. There's about 160 homes in this RV park, and all but about 10 of them have been damaged or destroyed. Unfortunately, 2 fatalities. There were 30 folks taken to the hospital, 7 in critical condition. But you can see the trees sheared off and just piles of debris. There are a few folks walking around checking out some of their belongings. But the main thing today is they want to clear up the list of missing. They're confident there's nobody left in the park. And this is actually the beginning of that tornado outbreak that went from Tuesday afternoon to early this morning. I'm Weather Channel meteorologist Mike Seidel in Convent, Louisiana. Back to you.
Thanks, Mike. And as mentioned, we have more of this active weather happening today. In fact, a new watch from the Storm Prediction Center.
Yeah, and there it is. This goes out until this evening, 9 o'clock Eastern time, now including a good portion of Virginia from Richmond back down towards Norfolk, and even a few areas here moving into portions of Maryland and even into Delaware.
And then right on down into North Carolina, we can follow this same zone from 9 o'clock to the north, 7 o'clock down towards the south, all the way down I-95. This will eventually get chopped back west to east, but for now we still have big-time weather to contend with within this zone.
That's right. We've got a line of storms with that line of severe thunderstorm warnings. That's east now of Charlotte, so Charlotte in the clear from these nasty storms. And then we've also been following some storms here just east of Raleigh, and tornado warnings still in effect here for us. Greene, Lenoir, and Pitt County now involved until 2 o'clock. So heads up here, very dangerous storm now getting ready to cross over Highway 13.
Yeah, so keep in mind, Greenville is right behind the wording right there, and this is headed generally in that direction. So if you're in Greenville and points just west from there, seek shelter now. Still broad rotation, but a clear rotation signature at that. And we're also pretty far from the radar site. So this could be a tighter rotation all the way down to the ground, meaning there could be a tornado at any point. Aloft, it's more broad, but you would expect that as you look up into the storm from the radar beam. So timing out that rotation, if you're in Rock Spring, if you're in Bruce, if you're in Bethel, all the way towards the top of the hour, as this thing is raining north and east, you got to seek shelter right now.
And as you said, racing, these storms are moving very, very quickly there. In some cases, we've seen 60, 65, even 70-mile-per-hour movement with these storms. Then we've got the severe side of things, severe storm threat here from Winston-Salem and points east, right along that line. Damaging winds could be in excess of even 60 miles per hour there. And Florida, another state dealing with strong storms.
You know, we've been following these storms that have come in from the west coast of Florida and been moving inland through the day. This is I-75 right south of Port Charlotte. Just interior from there, we've got Charlotte and DeSoto counties where there is a severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning right now. Extremely heavy rain, gusty winds, and a broad rotation signature here as well, with green going towards the radar, red away. If that tightens up at all, we may have a tornado there also.
Absolutely. So a lot to track. We'll continue to do so on the severe threat along with Winter Storm Petros next.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. I wanted to give you an update on a tornado warning. It's getting very close now with pretty strong rotation toward Greenville, North Carolina. Also have a tornado warning in Florida east of the Sarasota area. This one, pretty highly populated area. So let's take a look. This storm heading northeast, well-defined hook echo on that. Right at the very end, you can see the storm wrapping around. So Greene, Lenoir, and Pitt counties moving 55 mile per hour toward the north and east with a possible tornado very close to Greenville right now, within minutes of coming into Greenville. So you should be seeking shelter, lowest, innermost portion of a sturdy building. Try to protect your head. We have additional warnings now for Martin and Pitt counties for tornado warnings. Look at the rotation showing up on this. Red's going northbound, green's going southbound. So it is just to the west or Winterville, heading up right into the metro area of Greenville. The Beltway 264 comes across that, so it's going to come from the southwest part of that Beltway right across the center part of the city, and it's going very fast, so you probably don't have time to be looking for it and then seeking shelter. You should be seeking shelter right now. Let's go now to Mark.
Yeah, that is a scary looking storm on the radar. We're going to, of course, come back to that storm in just a second for the Greenville area and track that along with you if you're watching from there. Many of you are watching from the snow side of this same storm system, right? A year ago, the Midwest covered in snow. This year, womp womp, almost nothing, right? 3.7% and only really far north in the Midwest. So many of you have been asking for some snow. We're delivering, right? We've got a swath of snow across Illinois in towards Indiana and then Michigan. Chicago, your temperature has now fallen to the freezing line. Yes, the snow is going to start sticking. Accumulating snow will continue. We got a live view of Chicago, the wind-swept snow, right? Look at the snowflakes. You're going sideways. The winds are moving the flags around. In fact, wind gusts in Chicago are over 35 miles per hour right now. And it's not just Chicago. Springfield, 36. Indianapolis, 25. Fort Wayne, 33. Detroit gusting to near 30. So the precip continues to swirl around here across the Midwest. That's why we've got the concern of low visibility. These are blizzard warnings in the pink color across Illinois into Indiana. Then winter storm warnings surrounding that for accumulating snow. In fact, across this zone, 5 to 8, if not 8 to 12 inches of additional snowfall still on the way before this storm is done. It's going to continue through the rest of today, then into tonight, and then the lake effect machine kicks up tomorrow. We've got this upper disturbance that's helping to support the snow, but the main story is our area of low pressure that brought the severe weather across the south. It's racing through the eastern Great Lakes and then tapping into that real cold air behind it. So again, the rest of today, we're talking snow pinwheeling around our area of low pressure. Northern Indiana, much of Michigan, northern Ohio will do pretty well, and then we get the lake effect bands to kick in after that. So Alex, we're not done on the wintry side of things, but the severe side is going to steal the show, I think, for the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, and ongoing at this point as we continue to follow this tornado-warned storm here in North Carolina, Martin and Pitt counties. This includes the city of Greenville now. In fact, moving right over the city is the most dangerous part of the storm at this point. So now is really the time to be getting into your safe zone if you're not already there, as this storm continues to move on off towards the north and the east. So if you're in and around Old Pectolis Road, you want to be seeking shelter as well as the storm moves its way through the area. Certainly showing up on the radar, the rotation with this storm. There it is right there, and it'll move its way towards the north and east. So right now, just north of Greenville is where we're most concerned with in and around Old River Road. That's going to be an area that we're watching very closely as well, and then eventually up towards Old Creek Road as well. That could be an area that we'll be watching closely as well. Tough to pick out here on the correlation coefficient if we could see any sort of debris showing up here on the radar, but no question, rotation with this storm. That tornado warning out until 2:30 there. That'll move north and east very fast. We're talking close to 60 miles per hour with the movement with this storm moving through Greenville. Timing it out here, put some other cities here as it moves again to the northeast. New Belden, right around 1:59, so just a couple of minutes away, getting after 2 o'clock, Witchard, and then Congleton at 2:07. That's going to be some of the areas impacted with this storm now that's moving through just the north side of Greenville, movement off towards the north and the east. A very active time for us here in North Carolina. These storms continue to march their way on through. A lot of heavy rain associated with this as well. That's what you'll see before you potentially get into the most dangerous part of the storm. And again, there it is right there. There is Greenville just to the north, where that red and green is touching. That's where we have the rotation with this storm. We'll keep an update on this, plus the other storms tracking across parts of Florida right after the break.
A flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 56 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, windy with scattered showers or thunderstorms. High 57, chance of rain 50%. Tonight, periods of light rain early, low 33. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's another extremely busy day. We're tracking more storms, tornado warnings in highly populated areas. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott.
And I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace. So we want to get right to it. We've got our very own Dr. Greg Forbes tracking storms. And Dr. Forbes, a very dangerous one right now moving through the Greenville area in North Carolina.
Yeah, it has come right across Greenville, North Carolina. No reports of damage yet, but I expect that we'll see at least some damage from that community. And then off toward the north and east of that, Winter Storm Petros, its warm side, has not only the unstable energy, but a tremendous amount of wind energy. Here, the low is back near north and east of Evansville, Indiana, but one branch of the upper level jet stream comes and turns northeast. The other turns more due eastbound. So that is like pulling your hands apart in the bathwater. It allows water, or in this case, air, to rise up, adding to the upward motion that you get from the instability. Some of that strong wind aloft comes right across Florida, and a low-level jet very fast coming across the Carolinas up into the mid-Atlantic. So that's 85 mile per hour in places, adding wind energy and rotation source as well. So probably the biggest threat is in the Carolinas, but even a Torcon of 4 down into the Florida area, and the severe threat all the way from Virginia to Florida, and then this evening pushing its way into Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, and eastern Pennsylvania, maybe even overnight into southern parts of New York. Highest tornado condition index values, I'm thinking there's 7. We've had a number of tornado warnings here. Eastern North Carolina could be developing into eastern South Carolina as well. There's another line to the west that's pushing into that eastern part of Virginia, central parts of North Carolina. So Torcons there of 6, and out in the western parts of these areas, Torcons of 5. These are all very, very high values. Tornado warning in eastern North Carolina. Severe thunderstorms in the next round now at Greensboro, North Carolina, heading toward Raleigh, and alternating between severe warned and tornado warned, a cluster of storms there east of the Sarasota area. The most dangerous of the storms has just come through Greenville, North Carolina. Martin and Pitt counties now under tornado warnings. At times it's had a very well-defined hook echo on that. That is just to the north now, that appendage north and east of the Greenville area. So places like Witchard, the Beargrass, the Williamston area, Williamston about 220, as it rolls 55 miles per hour up toward the north and east. You can see it still has very well-defined rotation with that. Reds and yellows going northbound, green southbound. It is past Greenville. It is up along Highway 903 now, off to the north and east of Greenville, heading up toward the Bear Grass area. So dangerous storm in progress there in all likelihood. Then out to the west, some of these storms along the Virginia-North Carolina border have had golf ball size hail heading toward Danville, Virginia right now, right into Greensboro, North Carolina. These storms have also downed trees and power lines, and they've passed east of Charlotte, but into some of the areas, the counties to the east, still severe thunderstorm warnings. Probably about an hour or so from Raleigh before that line of storms comes in. Leapfrogging then down into Florida, east of the Port Charlotte area. Charlotte and DeSoto counties now back under tornado warning as we developed a new circulation in that little comma head a smaller little kink in the line, part of a bigger calm ahead. There you can see it right there. The good news is that this is a relatively rural area, well to the south of Acadia, east of Port Charlotte, heading toward highways 31 and 763. If you're traveling that area, you might want to put that off for a while. Brand new tornado watch for southeast parts of Maryland and parts of southern Virginia until 9 o'clock, as well as parts of northeast North Carolina. And then we already had one for parts of North and South Carolina until 7 p.m. So that's the highest tornado threat area today, tapping into the passage of a warm front. Look at all these temperatures that have gotten up into the 60s and 70s as that warm front has come up into Virginia. And then a cold front pushing its way here, the surface low in that area of Indiana. And so with that warm temperatures, the instability all the way down into Florida, and a low-level jet that I've been talking about, 85 miles per hour, we have the instability, we have the wind shear for damaging winds and rotating thunderstorms, and that will probably push up into the mid-Atlantic further as we get into the evening hours. So dangerous day. Stay tuned to the Weather Channel, and if you're out and about, have some way to check the weather as things are moving very, very fast today. Mark, Alex?
Thanks, Dr. Forbes. And of course, as you were just hearing, that threat does continue for the rest of today. And in the mix in the Carolinas is our own Paul Goodlow.
Yeah, that's right. He is in Raleigh, North Carolina. And Paul, we've been watching the radar and the rain sort of dissipating around you. And even now I see some sun on your face. That may not be a good thing, though.
No, not at all. In fact, the sun is definitely warming. Temperatures are in the upper 60s, pushing towards 70 with enough sunshine out here. But the concern is the winds coming in here, bringing all this warmth. And again, we're kind of between lines of severe weather, as Dr. Forbes is talking about. Storm line already passed through parts of West North Carolina and Charlotte. Now it's we have another line to the east of us. We're right in the middle, and that line from the west is coming this way. Take a look above me. I'm looking at the clouds here flying by. Again, looking due east right now, so the winds coming in from the south, the clouds screaming from the right to the left on your screen, from the south to the north. This is the low-level flow coming in here, helping to add juice and energy to these storms, which we're expecting to kind of peak as we head over the next couple of hours. And because of that, they close school here early. That's some great news, getting the kids off the buses, off the schools, off the roads, and in the house. But do not take this sunshine, which is definitely going to warm you up, as a sign this thing is over. We are far from being over in terms of our severe weather threat here across the Raleigh area. This will continue through the evening rush hour. We do expect it to die down before the big basketball game going on tonight. We got North Carolina versus NC State here in town at 8 o'clock. We expect things to wind down in terms of the overall severe threat, in terms of the overall damaging winds and tornado threat. Still have a chance of some rain, maybe some gusty winds with that, but the overall highest severe threat should pass us by as we head past the 7 o'clock hour tonight. But we're really concerned over the next 3 to 4 hours as that line of thunderstorms, which are in western North Carolina, continue to march eastward and right through the Durham and Raleigh area. Again, we are under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight, meaning that there's a good chance we could see severe thunderstorms, and some of those can produce tornadoes. Guys?
All right, Paul, thanks so much for the update. In the sunshine now, but storms on either side. In fact, the showers that Paul had about an hour ago now producing tornado warnings off to the east. So, Paul, in that area of Raleigh, not done yet.
And we're going to continue to watch those storms there, not just in North Carolina, but we could see them move up into Virginia, parts of Maryland, and still Florida under the gun as well.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes with a tornado warning update. North and east of Greenville in North Carolina, eastern North Carolina, still a rotating thunderstorm. And down in the Everglades, the storm has had a couple of reports of tornadoes with that previously. Here is the eastern North Carolina storm, one well to the east of the Port Charlotte area now with tornado warnings on those. So let's take a look in North Carolina. We're talking north and east of Greenville. You can see right in about here, there's a dog leg in the storm, a hook echo. Martin and Pitt counties, you have tornado warnings. This storm flying off to the north and east at 55 miles per hour. There's that dog leg close to the Robersonville area, heading toward the Williamston area very shortly, 222, up toward the Mary Hill area of North Carolina, about 242. This storm has some strong rotation, maybe not quite as strong as it had been, but is maybe trying to recycle with a tighter rotation center there. Sometimes these storms weaken a little bit and then reform a little bit to their south and east flanks, and that may be what it's doing now. That would take it up to the northwest of Beargrass, across Highway 13 there, south and west of the Williamston, North Carolina area. Leapfrogging then down into Florida, we have a thunderstorm line that at times has developed some pretty strong circulations. There's been tornadoes reported at Murdoch and north of Harbor Heights in Florida, and now tornado warning for Charlotte and DeSoto counties as that storm has little kinks in it at times. Places like here and here could be possibly tornadoes heading toward the Highway 31 area south of Arcadia, east of Cleveland. So if you're hearing this and we're planning to travel across that area, you might want to hold up for a half hour or so because there's a storm with damaging winds and possible tornadoes there. Mark, Alex?
Thanks, Dr. Forbes. And speaking of travel, it's not just the roads that are impacted today. The air travel system is just getting it on the chin, right? I mean, between the rain and storms, and the wind and the snow, all of this is slowing down the airports.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at a spot like Chicago right now, airport delays approaching 5 hours out there for us. In fact, as you look at a whole, over what, 1,600 cancellations, flight cancellations out there, a mess.
Yeah, about 800 of those in the Chicago area. But that said, the New York, Newark Liberty, Philadelphia corridor, also no fun at all right now. Wind and low clouds and rain, the culprit. The long loop of the radar showing you just how many airports are impacted by this precipitation field.
Yeah, absolutely. And you may be saying, well, I'm in LA. What does this matter? Well, you know, we got some major hubs here, so when this area starts to slow down, trickle down effect, everyone across the nation starts to feel it.
When LaGuardia, Newark, and Chicago all have multiple hours of delays, you know that almost the whole country is going to feel the effects from that. Weather is the biggest user of the airspace, not the planes. And so they have to avoid the worst of the weather so that you can continue to have a safe flight. And of course, through the rest of the day, it's more of the same, right? More wind, more rain, more thunderstorm activity, and more snow back to the west.
Yeah, and that's going to be the concerning thing with that snow and the wind here, particularly across lower Michigan, Indiana, really whipping it around out there, making it very tough to see. Navigating going to be very difficult, so if you can avoid it there where we have all that snow, please just stay put, stay inside.
Now, of course, we are also tracking active weather right now. This is the storm that was outside of Greenville, North Carolina, still with some rotation recycling for Martin and Pitt counties, the Williamston area, maybe even Plymouth before too much longer. This storm's really hauling. Now is the time to seek shelter.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be ignoring this warning by any stretch, by any means. Dangerous storm moving its way on through the area here from Bear Grass up to Williamston.
Still some rotation, which is trying to drop south. That said, seek shelter, as many walls between you and the storm.
A flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 55 degrees with thunderstorms in the area. This afternoon, windy with scattered showers or thunderstorms. High 57, chance of rain 50%. Tonight, periods of light rain early, low 33. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live, getting you caught up on the wintry side. Winter Storm Petros still moving through the Midwest. You're looking live now at Indianapolis, which has switched over to some rain, and Detroit, which is right on the border. The rain-snow mix continues to fly there. You know, we've got a lot of messy weather, though. All of the government offices in Michigan, at least other than the UP, are closed now because of the dangerous weather building in. You can see why. Look at this corridor of snow that's building in across central and southern portions of Michigan, including Detroit. Again, Detroit itself, rain-snow mix happening right now, just barely inside from the lake there. You will see more snow than rain. And in fact, through the day, Detroit will do pretty well with snowfall. The algorithm that kind of tells us what kind of precipitation is happening, saying that there might be a little bit of mixing going on here in central Illinois. That's probably some of those big, wet snowflakes that are falling now, because temperatures are marginal. They're right about at 32, 33 at ground level. That said, it's plenty cold aloft now, and because of that northwest wind screaming on down, it will continue to kind of cool down the northern levels, the upper levels, I should say, of the atmosphere. And so that's something that now that you've gotten snow in, say, Chicago, it'll stay as snow for you for the rest of the day. Winds are gusting 20 to 30 miles per hour. And you know, that's a big part of the story. It's not just about the snow that's falling, it's about the blowing snow. Blizzard warnings are in place from Illinois into Indiana. Winter storm warnings continuing up through Michigan. And a little bit of wintry weather, some winter weather advisories and warnings in the northern portion of New England too. See, we've got this big cutout, right? This upper level low has a jet stream dip associated with it. Surface low, same one, responsible from the severe weather, moving up towards the Great Lakes, throwing that moisture back into the cold air. That's how you get snowfall out of storms like this. So we are talking snow, then eventually the cold air builds in, maybe even some lake effect snow when all is said and done. So the rest of today, some of that mixed bag of precip in the northeast, rain and severe weather for the mid-Atlantic, and snow back towards the Midwest, which continues tonight. The winds pick up even further as we go into this evening into tonight, and then the lake effect snow kicks in from there. So places off of Lake Michigan, Ontario, Erie, you are going to continue to see the cold air building in, and then the lake effect snow bands, which will only add to the totals. In Michigan, 6 to 12 inches of snow still to fall, Alex.
Meanwhile, east, the severe side of things that we continue to track here. Let's talk about it, the radar. And this is what it looks like right now as we move across parts of North Carolina up into Virginia, tracking several storms at this point that are severe warned. The good news here is no longer seeing tornado warnings here, at least in the Carolinas and into Virginia, at least right now, but that could certainly change. And you can see all of the different storm reports that have come in, all these different icons up around Charlotte, getting close to Roanoke. Those are all either wind reports out there for us or very heavy rain as well. So let's check on the severe warnings. Now we've watched this line of storms move now east of Winston-Salem, approaching now Greensboro. So you're under a severe thunderstorm warning here until 2:45. Davidson, Guilford, and Randolph counties there. Watch out, damaging winds. That's going to be a threat, and even some hail. Been reports of seeing some large hail with these storms as well. So that's going to be another threat that we have to track with that as it moves east. Eventually, we could see that activity get towards Raleigh. There were some showers and storms that popped up around Raleigh earlier. Now that line is going to approach, and we could see some more nasty storms come in. Farther south now, we get into Florida. This is the lone tornado warning that is in place right now in the country. Dangerous storm here for us. Charlotte, DeSoto counties until 2:30. You're under that tornado warning here. The good news is at least this area is not a highly populated area. Good news there, but certainly seeing a bit of broad rotation showing up here as it moves its way now just east of Highway 31 there. We've had some reports you can see coming in and around Murdoch, damage being reported there with trees down. We'll keep following the situation next.
A flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 55 degrees with thunderstorms in the area. This afternoon, windy with scattered showers or thunderstorms. High 57, chance of rain 50%. Tonight, periods of light rain early, low 33. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Closed captioning brought to you by California Walnuts. What makes this the best simple dinner ever? Great tasting, heart-healthy California walnuts. So simple. Get the recipes at walnuts.org.
Wow, some of the scenes from the storm damage left behind. This nasty bout of storms we've tracked from yesterday and now into today. Half past the hour here for us on Weather Center Live. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Alex Wallace.
And I'm Mark Elliott. And, you know, it's been quite the 24 hours. Unfortunately, we're not done yet. More severe weather possible today as our tornado outbreak continues.
All right, so here's what we know now about the tornado outbreak in the south. 3 people are dead, 1 in Mississippi, 2 in Louisiana. In Pensacola, Florida, at least 70 homes and 24 apartments at the moorings sustained damage. And for today, well, at least 60 million people will remain under a severe weather threat. And the Torcons, well, they've been raised to 7 for parts of eastern North Carolina and east South Carolina. Mark?
And earlier today, a few innocent enough looking showers over the Raleigh area blew up east of town and had tornado warnings for about an hour. Now in Raleigh, the sun is out again, but the threat is not done. Joining us now from Raleigh is Paul Goodlow. They are waiting for the next line of storms, Paul, still well off to your west. Plenty of time for that sun to heat things up again.
Yeah, in fact, we're seeing a lot of sunshine out here, and that's a far cry from what we had earlier this morning with the rain heavy at times coming on through. But this is not it. This is not it's not all over. It's not the all clear for sure. In fact, this will do nothing but help to unstabilize the atmosphere as we have more storms, which are already blasted through areas of Charlotte and western North Carolina. They're marching their way across the state, and we're coming through here probably over the next hour or so. Looking at the radar, you can see we have storms to the east and southeast of us. They've gone severe, possibly even tornadic. We have storms to the west of us. They've also been warned for severe as well. That entire line is coming this way, and the sunshine is helping to destabilize the atmosphere, so they could get even stronger, maybe even start to rotate as well. So the entire area is under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight, but it's not just that's a concern. We have a widespread concern of just the wind damage here. We're seeing and feeling some gusty winds coming in from the south, but with the wind advisory means we could have sustained winds this afternoon into this evening, 25 to maybe 35 miles per hour, and gusting even stronger. So the widespread concern and widespread threat with this system here in North Carolina will definitely be the winds before and after this line of thunderstorms heading on through Durham, then Raleigh as well. And already we had the schools been let out early, which is some great news to get the kids off the buses, off the streets, out of the playgrounds and into their homes to keep it safe as we expect this line to come through. This is also going to do a number on the evening rush hour, so if you can call someone up and say, hey, maybe leave earlier versus later, because again, this line will continue through the evening hours. And there's a big basketball game going on here in North Carolina versus NC State here in Raleigh. The tip-off is not until 8 o'clock. We hope things will quiet down in terms of severe aspect as we head just around the 7 o'clock hour, but the rain might linger in through the evening hours tonight, Mark and Alex. But the good news is, again, it's quiet right now, but please do not take this as an all clear. The worst has yet to come through Raleigh, North Carolina. Guys?
Such a good point, Paul. Thank you so much. Stay safe. We'll check back with you in a bit. We want to break down the tornado outbreak, which, again, started yesterday, and we're continuing to deal with the nasty storms now.
So the man, the myth, the legend, severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes is back. Doc, still a very busy day. We just saw that sun over Paul. I mean, that could actually bring more bad news before the day is done.
Yeah, sun, when you have a severe weather situation, is a bad deal because it lets the temperatures warm up, and there is a line of thunderstorms out to his west. It has produced numerous trees and lines down in the Greensboro, North Carolina area. That would be off to the north and west. Probably 2 to maybe 3 hours before that line gets to Paul. Big, sprawling winter storm Petros here with a surface low up in the southern parts of Indiana. The upper-level jet stream comes and pulls apart, turns north into eastern Ohio, across Florida, and turns east. So it's like pulling apart your hands in the bath water. Water rises up. In this case, the air gets assisted to rise up, in addition to the buoyancy from the warm, moist air at low levels. And there's a 65 to 85 mile per hour low-level jet at 5,000 feet that any of these thunderstorms could take that to the ground, mix it down to the ground with damaging wind gusts, and give some rotation source for tornadoes as well. Here's the situation. I've updated the forecast. Western part of North Carolina, southwest Virginia probably, and western South Carolina are out of the severe threat now, but still from south and east parts of Florida, up across eastern South Carolina, and all the way up up through this evening, working its way north into New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. Some of the storms now are working their way into eastern parts of Virginia. They've been in western parts of Virginia. 7, I've continued for eastern parts of North Carolina. 6 for eastern Virginia and central parts of North Carolina. And the rest of the red shaded areas, 3 to 4. I've had the Torcana 4 there in Florida, where we have had a couple of tornado reports. Right at the moment, no tornado warnings, but some of the storms, a big cluster there in Virginia and North Carolina, are up sort of in the prime zone, getting close to that warm front area where, if you've watched me in the past, you know I focus on. So I'm focusing on this one, definitely a supercell thunderstorm. Can you see the little hook coming out the south side and turning out to the east there? Prince George, Surrey, and Sussex counties. That storm moving north at about 45 miles per hour. Very close right now to Waverly. You can see the hook there coming up toward the Eastover, and then the Williamsburg about 304. So that's the next storm that could rotate. It at the moment doesn't seem to have that rotation at low levels. It's being shaped by the mid-level rotation. This storm had tornado warnings for quite some time. Now down in North Carolina, north of Williamston, Bertie County, you have severe thunderstorm warning. That storm has weakened in terms of its rotation. Here's this line to the west of Paul Goodloe there, west of the Raleigh area. It has produced golf ball size hail in the southwest Virginia. It's coming right into Danville area now. It's coming across Greensboro, where it's knocking down trees and power lines. It is past Charlotte, but it's coming into the Rockingham area. So here and there, all the way across southern Virginia and across North Carolina, that line of storms is likely to produce wind damage. The storm that had been severe east of Port Charlotte here and tornado warned at times has weakened. Still some weak circulations heading over to the area near Placid Lakes in Florida. It's over the Everglades. We'll continue to monitor it, see what happens as it gets farther to the east. Relatively new tornado watch includes eastern shores of Maryland and southeast parts of Virginia until 9 p.m. Then we have tornado watches also now all the way across North Carolina and down into central parts of South Carolina. Those go through 7 to 9 p.m. I've mentioned the surface low. You can see it here in the wind streamlines at the surface. Very warm air coming up, 60s and 70s. The warm front there has gotten all the way now to that Richmond area of Virginia, and so that's fueling these severe thunderstorms. And with the low-level jet in there, this is the area where things are most coming together, North Carolina and Virginia. So we'll continue, of course, to keep an eye on that area, as all of these areas are certainly warming up at this time of year for severe thunderstorms. Let's go now to Alex.
Thanks so much, Dr. Forbes. And of course, this all began yesterday as we were tracking the storms across parts of the lower Mississippi Valley, down around the southeast Louisiana, getting into Mississippi, then into Alabama, Florida, even Georgia. All these different icons showing up. Those are all the reports of tornadoes that took place. And of course, the National Weather Service offices and their teams, they'll be heading out to check out some of the damage here left behind with these storms to find out whether or not it was tornadic damage, tornado damage, or straight line winds. And we'll be getting that information. But now, newly issued tornado warning in place. Dr. Forbes was talking about this storm in particular that's moving its way closer to Williamsburg. We'll talk about it next.
A flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 61 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, windy with scattered showers or thunderstorms. High 57, chance of rain 50%. Tonight, periods of light rain early, low 33. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. We have 2 tornado warnings now in Virginia. One just issued a few minutes ago and one brand new. The 2 lines of storms that we've been talking about, each of them now with a tornado warning there in south parts of Virginia. Let's take a look at the one that has a supercell thunderstorm. You can see the hook there coming across within that red shaded tornado warning for Charles City, James City, and Surrey counties, and the city of Williamsburg as it goes north and east at 45 miles per hour. The tornado threat will be in that hook. It is just past the Barnum area, heading up toward near and just to the east of Brandon, and then up towards Centerville, Virginia, around 3:03 p.m. It has developed a pretty decent rotation at times on that. There's some little kinks in the line. The red's going northbound, the green's going eastbound. So at times it's been even a little bit stronger than that, but the rotation is beginning to work its way down to the ground from being aloft. Areas north of Carsley and south of Brandon, most at threat here in the next few minutes. Then the western line has begun to develop a very well-defined kink here east of Martinsville in Virginia, Danville, the city, and Pittsylvania County. You have tornado warning heading toward Highway 29 there north of Danville. This is the likely area. Chatham getting very close to you right now in Virginia, up towards Seneca at around 3:11, and then continuing on Spring Mills around 3:28. This one, it's a kink in the line. You could see the green and blue take this dogleg shape, and when that happens, sometimes that wind shift line will develop into a closed circulation, and that area would be off just to the south and then ultimately just to the east of the Chatham, Virginia area. So those are the areas we're watching most closely at this time. This is near where that warm front is pushing north, and warm front areas with that colliding winds, that temperature contrast across them are focal points in many cases for tornadoes. Mark, Alex?
Thanks, Dr. Forbes. Exactly as forecast there. Dr. Forbes said that we are going to see that rotation coming in, and it did indeed do that as well. Now, it's not only the severe side of things. We're also following some other stuff right now as well, right?
Yeah, that's right. Reagan Medji is live in Michigan City, Indiana, along Lake Michigan. Reagan in the thick of things, having to deal with Winter Storm Petros, and boy, oh boy, wind whipping around. That's got to be tough dealing with that, Reagan.
Yeah, it's the wind, and you know what's really hard is you feel those ice pellets at your face. So I've got my anemometer. It's kind of how fast the wind's going right now. We're in a blizzard at this point, and the max wind speed on my anemometer reached about 33 miles an hour. Right now we're looking at winds at 25, 26 miles an hour sustained. So this definitely is a blizzard. Now, here along Lake Michigan, in Michigan City, Indiana, you can see that you've got a lot of beach, and then there's mountains of what we consider shelf ice. Now, I want to give you a look at how dangerous a shelf ice is. They actually have a poster up of it right now. This is what they talk about, that it's along the shore. Shelf ice is not solid. At points, it might be 7, 8 feet thick, according to the harbor master here. But what you don't want to do is go out on it. Now, I was speaking to the mayor and the paramedics who are on scene just to make sure nobody goes out here. And they say right here is fine. This is part of the shoreline. But if you go out any further, you're going to start seeing a little bit more in the terms of more ice cover. And that is what's considered the shelf ice. Basically, it's when Lake Michigan, the waters crash up on the shore, it starts to freeze. While it looks like you could climb on it, it's really deceiving, because underneath what happens is the water starts rushing through and makes caverns. So the likelihood of you falling through is that much greater. But every now and again, you might be able to see some of the waves crashing up against the shelf ice. That just goes to show how blustery and how powerful the winds are right now. If you can see Lake Michigan kind of going over the banks of the shelf ice. Now, this is going to be happening, this wind and the snow, going to be happening throughout the rest of tonight and overnight. By tomorrow, the snow should get out of here, but then the winds are just going to be sticking around for a bit longer. Back to you guys.
Reagan, thanks so much. A lot to follow, right? The severe side, the winter side, your full winter weather update coming up.
A flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 61 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, windy with scattered showers or thunderstorms. High 57, chance of rain 50%. Tonight, periods of light rain early, low 33. here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes with a tornado update. We've had a tornado reported at Waverly in Sussex County. That's with the storm in southeast Virginia that very quickly developed a rotation on that. 2 tornado warning storms now, one southeast, one south central Virginia. Those are on the east and the west of 2 lines of thunderstorms. That leading line of thunderstorms goes all the way down into central Florida, but the warnings there have disappeared for the moment at least. Williamsburg, Virginia, the city, as well as Charles City, James City, and Surrey counties in southeast Virginia. You can see there's a supercell thunderstorm. If anything, it's tightening up a little bit. Sometimes when it does that, the rotation strengthens and rotating at 45 miles per hour toward the northeast across these areas. Right in there is the hook. So right now it's very close to Brandon, Virginia, heading up toward the Holcroft, the Plainview area. Saluda about 338 if it continues to hold together. There is the situation. Rotation a little bit on the broad side, a big broad area of northbound, a big broad area of southbound. So there can be brief tornado spin-ups in that interface where the shear is, the horizontal shear is the largest, and that would be coming up toward the Brandon area. Now, the west line, the next line off to the west, it's a little bit different character, little but well-defined kinks in the line. One of them right near Chatham, another one trying to form down here south of Danville. Right now, the Chatham kink is warned on Danville as well as, and now brand new, Caswell, Halifax, and Pittsylvania counties under tornado warnings for that second one. Here's the path, the swath on the lead one. It has gone just to the northeast of Chatham, up toward Mount Airy in Virginia, up toward the Brookneal area at about 3:22 p.m. And I'll see if I can make it do the southern swath here on the fly. That coming up toward, right now, very close to Danville, coming up toward Birch and the Dudley area. So dangerous tornado warnings in effect in 2 lines coming across southern parts of Virginia. We'll also have that central and eastern North Carolina in a high tornado threat as that next line comes across all of those states. So we're far from done here today. The tornado threat may actually go up. Mark and Alex?
Yeah, Dr. Forbes, thanks so much. It does appear that the afternoon is going to get even busier with regards to tornadoes. It's also just the beginning of the winter weather story, right? This is the way back machine. We're looking back at February 23rd, 2015, almost 80% of the Midwest covered in snow. This year, as of yesterday, only the far northern portion of the Midwest had any snow cover. 3.7% was the best we could do. So this area is due, right? You needed some snow. Well, it's exactly what the doctor ordered. Here we go. We've got the swath of snow across Illinois, up towards Chicago, then across Indiana into Michigan. The snow has been heavy at times. You notice Chicago, you've now dropped to 32 degrees. So we now have some sticking in Chicago. We also have the winds that are swirling around. 30-mile-per-hour winds in Chicago, 32 in Springfield, 29 to 30 in Fort Wayne. Detroit getting a brief break from the winds, but they'll be back. Don't you worry. This is a very strong, wrapped up area of low pressure that's moving through the Midwest and kicking off this snow. So it's not just about the snow that's falling, it's also the snow that's blowing around, and that combination could lower the visibility. Illinois into Indiana, blizzard warnings in the pink, where the visibility could go down to a quarter mile or less at times. Winter storm warnings surrounding that, and then also of note, notice up here across northern New England, a little bit of winter weather advisory or winter storm warning criteria being met there too, because of just enough cold air, especially in the low-lying areas. Now some snow here, but also some freezing rain that they're watching out for across New England. For the rest of today, the snow totals 5 to 8 inches on a wide swath here. Some areas 8 to 12, especially in the thumb. And you know, it's not just about the snow that falls today into tonight. The lake effect kicks in behind that. Alex, over to you.
All right, Mark. Well, we continue to deal with the severe side of things and strong, nasty storms here impacting us. Now, as we move up into Virginia, been following this storm here. This is the same storm that actually reported tornado with it around the Waverly area. Now marching northward, James City, King William, as well as New Kent. Those counties in a tornado warning until 3:30. This storm moving on off towards the north at this point at a pretty fast clip. So heads up, now's the time to be seeking that shelter in and around Brandon and points northward as we get closer towards Route 60. So all that is moving its way now east of Richmond. Got some showers, a few storms here in and around the Norfolk area, but no doubt the most dangerous storm right now getting ready to move up towards Interstate 64.
I mean, unbelievable how fast that rotation kicked in, and that's going to be the story for the rest of the day, right? Now, all these storms have that potential to tap into those swirling winds and start rotating pretty quickly this afternoon.
Absolutely. So, of course, our coverage will continue all throughout the afternoon. Me and Mark are signing out, but Alex Wilson, Dave Schwartz, they're next to take you through the rest of the afternoon.
A flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 62 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, windy with scattered showers or thunderstorms. High 57, chance of rain 50%. Tonight, periods of light rain early, low 33. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome into Weather Center Live. I'm Alex Wilson.
Right here. And I'm Dave Schwartz. Northern Indiana bracing for a blizzard. It's going on right now.
65 million people under wind advisories.
And more severe storms, a very busy day, so let's get to it.
We've got a new tornado watch. Or the current tornado watch. We could see new ones fire out. This is from the Carolinas, up into parts of Virginia and southern Maryland.
And in Virginia and southern Maryland, it's in effect till 9 local time. So there's going to be severe weather around for a while, and just as he did yesterday, Dr. Greg Forbes is here to keep you on top of the latest severe weather.
Now from the lab, and Dr. Forbes, where are you most concerned about today, and how long do we need to be on alert?
You know, the biggest concern area are the areas that the Storm Prediction Center has put the tornado watches out for, but it's a big expanse of additional, more isolated severe thunderstorms all the way down. We've had some tornadoes in Florida all the way up into, and later this evening, into New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania, and maybe even overnight into the southern areas of New York. Now, tornado condition index-wise, those are in the watch areas. 7 for eastern North Carolina on the 10-point tornado scale, within 50 miles, 70% chance. 6 for eastern parts of Virginia and central parts of North Carolina. So 60% chance of a tornado within 50 miles. And we do have tornado warnings in those areas. 2 lines of thunderstorms coming across the area. Each of them, you see there in red, have tornado warnings in those. So we'll get quickly to those. This storm, as it comes up just to the west of Williamsburg, has had 2 tornado reports now. One about a half hour ago near Waverly. The other just a few minutes ago near the rustic Charles City area. So that is moving very quickly, 45 miles per hour toward the north and east. We're talking about James City, King William, and New Kent counties being under tornado warnings. And the circulation showing up right in there, heading up toward West Point in Virginia, about 319. It's very close to the Holdcroft area of Virginia right at this time. The circulation not extremely tight on this. There's a broad shear line with winds in the red going northbound, greens more from the west, but at times we can get little circulations that spin up in that shifting horizontally of the winds there, that shear line as we talk about. Now, jumping to the western line of thunderstorms, there's a couple of circulations in that one. The northern one comes across Pittsylvania County. It's gone north and east of Chatham, Virginia, and that one is continuing off toward the north and east. These are going about 45 miles per hour. It's just to the east of Gretna, heading up toward the Seneca area, and then Sherwell, Appomattox at about 339, a famous Civil War battlefield area. The other one very close to Danville, Virginia. Look at the little lavender core in there. Could be some golf ball size hail. We've had that with some of the earlier storms today in southwest Virginia, Caswell, Halifax, and Pennsylvania counties with tornado warning. Look at a little donut hole there. We're right close to the Beaver Park area, coming up toward High Rock at about 329. That one also not extremely tight rotation, but there is definitely some rotation there. Maybe a little bit more aloft than right down at the ground, generating that donut hole that we saw. We did have tornado warnings in eastern North Carolina. Chowan, Gates, and Hertford counties still with severe thunderstorm warnings. That one about ready to head within the next hour up into the Norfolk, Virginia area. So be on the lookout for that. It has had tornado warnings in the past, damaging winds a possibility. There are the tornado warnings in the western line. That line continues its knock down trees in Greensboro, North Carolina. That line west of Rockingham. Ultimately, next couple of hours heading toward the Raleigh area. It will march all the way across the state of North Carolina with the threat for damaging winds, and maybe will develop some tornado threats as well. These storms no longer are severe or tornado warned in central parts of Florida. We'll watch and see what happens to them as they get over past Lake Okeechobee to the eastern part of the state. It is way up into the 70s, even the 80s in Florida. 70s all the way north with this warm front. You can see it going from the 50s north of the front to the 60s and 70s south of that. And low-level jet is 65 to 85 miles per hour up over top of that. So we have the wind shear, we have the instability, and we'll get to this coming up. A brand new tornado warning, Chesterfield County in South Carolina. So severe weather ramping up and going into the evening, maybe as far north as New York City. Now, let's go to Paul Goodlow, who's in Raleigh, waiting for that line to come his way.
Certainly aren't waiting for it. In fact, we see some sunshine right now, feeling through the sunshine and the warmth as well. Step out of the way, you can definitely see some blue sky, but also you see the clouds kind of streaming in from the south. Those strong winds you're talking about, Dr. Forbes, bringing in very warm, moist air. In fact, yesterday for a high was around 46 degrees here in Raleigh. Today, around 70, 71, again with another hour or so of sunshine. You mentioned the timing of this line. You look at the radar, we've seen storms this morning through here, even some heavy rain, but the severe storms well to the south and east of us. We're also watching that line that's already blasting through Greensboro right now, causing some tree damage with the gusty winds there. That's the line you're talking about that's coming this way. And the timing on that is going to be crucial. We're expected to be, say, between 4 and maybe 6:30 this evening, maybe closer to 5 o'clock, the height of the rush hour. The good news is they actually dismissed school early today, which is a great move. Yeah, it turns out that it was okay this afternoon, but I'd rather have our kids safe than on the buses or out on the baseball field when you have severe weather coming this way. So school was dismissed early. A lot of community colleges also let out early just to make people aware and give them time to be safe this afternoon as the severe weather is approaching as well. Now, the big thing going on this afternoon, this evening, I should say, is the North Carolina State basketball game here in Raleigh. That tip-off is at 8 o'clock. We expect the brunt of the severe weather to get through before that time, but it's still going to be rainy. It's still going to be windy as well. And again, the widespread wind damage, that is the big threat we'll see throughout the rest of tonight into the early tomorrow morning here across this part of the triangle here in North Carolina. Alex, Dave?
All right. Thank you so much, Paul.
Okay, well, we've got so far one confirmed tornado in Virginia, a couple of more in Florida, and we expect those numbers to go up later on today.
And of course, the new warning here in Chesterfield County. This is a Doppler radar indicated storm moving northeast at 70 miles per hour, most recently located over Clyde near Hartsville. So this thing is moving quickly. If you are on the path, get to your safe spot now.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. We're really beginning to get quite a few tornado warnings now from north central parts of South Carolina up across central North Carolina and into parts of Virginia. All of these red shaded areas here have tornado warnings on them. So let's take a look. This storm has had a couple of reported tornadoes near Waverly and Rustic, Charles City area in Virginia. We're talking about King William, King and Queen, and New Kent counties in Virginia as that storm goes about 50 miles per hour off toward the north and east. The rotation right about in there, just to the north of Slaterville, heading up toward the Little Plymouth area at about 326. You see some of the other locations and times there in white. The circulation center in this one is right about in that location. Not extremely tight, but occasionally it tightens up enough to produce tornadoes. Then sliding over here into another line farther west in Virginia, getting all sorts of tornado warnings in this one now. North and east of Chatham, the county of Pittsylvania, tornado possibility there. That particular circulation heading up toward the Pamplin City, Appomattox area, 336, 346. Then the next storm down the line near and just to the east of Danville, Virginia, the counties of Caswell, Halifax, and Pennsylvania with tornado warnings, as that storm now heading up toward Laurel Grove, the Rosa area, about 334. The circulation on that one relatively tight there just to the south of the Danville area. Now we're getting additional tornado warnings down in South Carolina, the Chesterfield County area with tornado warnings, and I'll slide farther to the north as we have now brand new tornado warnings here for Chatham, Moore, and Randolph counties. These are just to the south of the Raleigh area, as well as let me see if I can pick that one up. Moore County has a severe thunderstorm warning. So tornadoes in the lines, and brand new tornado warning in southeast Virginia for Caroline, Goochland, and Hanover counties. That's a continuation, I think, of that storm that's a brand new storm just to the west of Richland. So they're popping up near a warm front very quickly now in parts of North Carolina and Virginia. We'll be back with additional details on all of these. Dave, Alex?
Thank you, Dr. Forbes. Well, yesterday, quite active too, especially in Pensacola, Florida, and we're hearing from those who survived yesterday's fury.
You know, many are stunned not just by the damage, but just how quickly those tornadoes roared into their lives.
I'm Robin Briggs. I live in this house right here, and one of my daughters and my grandson were here, and my husband had just left. He went to go pick up some Chinese food up the street, and it was just a minute or two after he left that we heard that freight train sound. You know, I heard it in the house and knew a tornado was coming and yelled for my grandson and my daughter to get in the hallway, and we got in the hallway and just huddled together, and you heard everything blowing out. Something, you know, I'll never forget, so I'll never forget this, but I'm just glad everybody's okay and my neighbors are okay, and it'll be okay. It'll be okay.
And hopefully we'll be saying that tomorrow here in Virginia, that it'll be okay, because there's a new tornado warning. Goochland, Hanover, and Weesa counties, as you can see it's just to the east of Richmond, and these storms are moving very quickly off to the north-northeast. Now here in D.C., you just have cloudy skies, but there's a threat of severe weather after rush hour tonight. The front right on D.C. National Airport, 65 degrees. Dulles, 44 degrees. And along that front, we're seeing severe weather.
A flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 62 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, periods of rain early, low 33. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday, windy with afternoon snow showers, high 40. Thursday night, occasional snow showers, low 26. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Out with him over.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes with a severe weather update. We have 5 tornado warnings right now across the southeast parts and south central parts of Virginia, over into central North Carolina and north central parts of South Carolina. The southeastern one here in Virginia has had tornadoes with that around Waverly and Rustic, the Charles City area previously. That's this particular storm. King, William, King and Queen, and New Kent counties. You have tornado warnings as that storm heads off toward the north and east rather quickly. Circulation right about in there, getting close to the Carlton Corner area, the Center Cross area at this point in time. Then off farther to the west, now off to the north and west to Richmond, we have tornado warnings for Goochland, Hanover, and Louisa counties. That is moving very quickly to the north and east, tracking some of that one, getting close to the old Bandana area, the Ladysmith, the Daltons area, some of the places in the path of this particular tornado. Then the next line of storms farther to the west has embedded circulations in that one, Charlotte, Halifax, and Pennsylvania counties with tornado warnings. You can see well-defined hook echo, a couple of storms there. The one that's been down close to the Danville area, working its way up toward Rosa, for example, at 3:34. And then the next storm down the line, this one is down, Raleigh would be right about under my cursor here. We're talking about Chatham, Lee, and Randolph counties with tornado warnings. The Lavender Corps is in here, meaning that the intensity of these storms is a little higher than some we've seen earlier today. These could be giving golf ball size hail as well as possibility of tornadoes, and a well-defined little hook echo there, working its way toward places like the Gulf and the Pittsboro area. Pittsboro south of there, especially about 3:47 p.m. And one more in that line of thunderstorms, Chesterfield County, with the tornado warning there in South Carolina. So Dave and Alex, getting to be a very, very busy afternoon, and that will continue well into the evening.
Absolutely, and now with that new tornado watch, as you said, Dave, you know, we're adding a lot of people into the risk area.
Tens of millions of new people. And you know, there's another aspect to this storm. It's not just the severe part. There's a blizzard going on in the Midwest.
Our own Reagan Medji is in Michigan City, Indiana. This is a Long Lake, Michigan, one of the places dealing with two threats from Petros, the wind and the snow.
Absolutely. So the wind, we've been clocking in the mid to high 20s mile-an-hour gusts, and this is going to be going on all throughout the day, throughout the afternoon, overnight, into the early morning hours here in Michigan City, and basically all of the area of Chicago in this area in the Midwest and Indiana and Illinois. So I'm now joined by Patrick, and Patrick, you are a lifelong resident of Michigan City.
That's correct. Yes, I am.
So how long have you been living here?
All my life, 54 years.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is talk about the fact that we're along Lake Michigan. We're here, Michigan City, Indiana. What is this kind, for somebody who's not from this area, what is this kind of weather like for you?
Well, for us, it's pretty normal. I mean, this is only about the third storm we've had this year, but basically, I like to come out and document it. I call myself maybe like a local historian who likes to capture the weather events that take place down here throughout the year. And just another day for me.
Okay, so Patrick and I are going to walk backwards. Now, we're okay here, right? Because this is the lake shore.
We're still on basically the beach.
Okay.
But about another 50, 60 feet from us is where the water would basically begin before the shelf ice starts.
Now, what's this shelf ice? I hear it's a very, you shouldn't go out on it. We try to tell people to warn them not to.
That's correct. I mean, what it is over time, as you can see now, the waves will continue to crash in and freeze and cause ice buildup.
And what's deceiving is that ice could be 7 to 8 feet, but it's cavernous underneath.
That is correct. And it's, if you don't know what's out there, and if you wander out too far, you can either A, break off, or the hole could be caused and you fall in.
Okay, so this is Patrick. He's a lifelong resident here in Michigan City. This is the last look here for the blizzard that we're dealing with.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, periods of rain early, low 33, chance of rain 70%. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday, windy with afternoon snow showers, high 40. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday night, occasional snow showers, low 26. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Closed captioning brought to you by California Walnuts. What makes this the best simple dinner ever? Great tasting, heart-healthy California walnuts. So simple. Get the recipes at walnuts.org.
It is half past the hour here on a very busy afternoon at the Weather Channel, day number 2 of a severe weather outbreak. I'm Dave Schwartz.
And I'm Alex Wilson. Yesterday, the Gulf Coast states braved severe storms. Today, it's the Mid-Atlantic under that threat.
That's right. We had tornadoes earlier in Florida. The threat there is down, but it's up now in Virginia. And a brand new tornado watch in effect north of there for northern Virginia, including Washington, D.C., most of Maryland, except for the Panhandle, all of Delaware, southeast Pennsylvania, including Harrisburg, Chester, and Philadelphia, and all of South Jersey from Trenton to Cape May. And that watch is in effect till 11 tonight.
All right, well, once again, our severe weather expert is here to keep you ahead and safe from the storm.
Dr. Greg Forbes in the lab with the latest.
Thanks, Dave. And the ingredients going into those tornado watches are a large extent to the result of Winter Storm Petros and its warm flanks, surface low, and the cold side back to the northwest of that. Upper-level jet stream and the white arrows there really spreading apart like a hand's pulling apart in bath water. That will allow the air to rise up in this case, and low-level jet in between those that's adding wind energy, adding wind shear, and it's very warm. I'll show you coming up a warm front that is pushed all the way up into Virginia with temperatures in the 60s, 70s, and sometimes 80s. We've had some severe thunderstorms, none at the moment coming across Florida. Most of the severe threat is from central South Carolina now and working its way up into the mid-Atlantic. Virginia and North Carolina and South Carolina have tornado warnings. That's mostly in the area I've given the highest Torcon values, 7 for eastern North Carolina, 6 for eastern Virginia and central parts of North Carolina, and 3s to 4s across the rest of that red shaded area that I just showed. A number of tornado warnings. That storm off to the west of Norfolk has had tornadoes, and then several tornado warnings along the next line of thunderstorms that's coming in. That one is a little bit closer to what we might call a cold front of this weather system. Tornado warning is expired now for this storm as it's weakened as it come up toward the Warsaw area, but if that rotates again, would be coming up to the Chisford area. A brand new tornado warning, while relatively newer tornado warning in the area north and west of Richmond, Goochland, Hanover, and Louisa counties with a tornado threat. That would be coming up toward the Bowling Green, the Fredericksburg, probably about 351 as these storms are just racing 55 or more miles per hour toward the north. Here's one that's coming in well-defined. There'll be hail and maybe some damaging winds and a tornado with this one. Appomattox and Campbell counties coming across there in Virginia. Down the line from that, embedded circulation in the line once again. Charlotte, Halifax, and Pittsylvania counties with tornadoes coming into the areas there north of and west of South Boston. Then this storm coming toward the Raleigh area. You can see that just south of Siler City right now. Chatham and Lee counties with tornado warnings. And tracking this one ahead, coming toward the Pittsboro area about 3:47. Might hold together and get to Raleigh at about 4:20 p.m. Brand new southeast Virginia tornado warning for Chesapeake, Norfolk, and Portsmouth cities in that general area. And in South Carolina, Chesterfield County with a tornado warning as these storms just race off toward the north and east. That could be coming toward Hamlet over into North Carolina there at about 3:52 p.m. The culprit to a lot of this is how warm it has gotten all the way north to that warm front, and then the cold front is beginning to push drier air in. So in between those, it is in the 70s in many of these areas, and that's fueling the severe thunderstorms. As I mentioned, we have that wind shear that in some places at 5,000 feet is up to 85 miles per hour. So tremendous turning of the atmosphere at low levels that gets converted into rotation for supercell thunderstorms or kinks in the line that develop tornadoes. So still a big tornado chance and increasing up into the mid-Atlantic as we get into the evening hours, maybe even New York City overnight. Dave, Alex?
All right, thank you, Dr. Forbes. And heads up in the Chesapeake, Norfolk, and Suffolk here in southeast Virginia, a tornado warning is in effect right now. So find your safe place, lowest floor of your home, basement preferable.
Yeah, there's also a marine warning for the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. So that's going to impact travelers.
For the tunnel?
Yeah.
Oh.
So we've got a lot going on around the Norfolk area. Hunker down for a little bit. Let these storms move on out.
West of there, we're going to bring in storm chaser Chris White. He is on his way to an area where a tornado allegedly touched down. Chris, you're near Danville, Virginia. What are you seeing?
Yes, I'm just east of Danville, and I actually was between two tornado warning storms, saw wall clouds on both of them, and what I thought was a brief funnel. I did not see a touchdown, though.
And we're seeing some reports of power lines down outside of Danville. Have you noticed any damage or debris?
I have not. I have successfully skirted the southern edge of the cell, so I have not seen any, but I do know that the winds were fairly strong. Straight line winds were.
And where are you in relation to the storm? Because this storm still has a tornado warning on it as it moves up through Charlotte and Halifax and Pittsylvania counties. Are you sticking around the Danville area?
Actually, I am on the Pennsylvania-Halifax County line, so I'm probably about due south of the core.
Okay. Do you plan on continuing to follow this storm?
As long as I can have the visibility, yes.
Okay. And how has visibility been today? You know, this part of the country, also wooded, also hilly. Has it been difficult for you to keep an eye on these?
Well, yes, it is. It's that way in Virginia most of the time. Up until about 20 minutes ago, the storms were distinct enough I could get in between them, and now the rain is wrapping in. It's getting difficult to see.
Getting tough. All right. Well, Chris White, we're going to stay with you, stay with your pictures. Thanks for joining us to give us an idea of what's going on there around Danville, Virginia. Another area to watch carefully through the day has been Raleigh, North Carolina. Big basketball game there tonight. A lot of fans are going to see UNC, NC State, and they're wondering, am I okay to hit the roads? Paul Goodlow is in Raleigh this afternoon. Paul, what's it like and what's the vibe around town?
Well, the vibe around town is, you know, people they heard about it. They're waiting for it. They're just expecting it to already move through. It hasn't gone yet, but our weather has definitely changed over the last, say, 30 minutes or so. We had some sunshine the last 2 hours after a lot of rain this morning. And also, by the way, the high yesterday was only 46. Today, it's around 70. So you even feel there's more energy, more humidity in the air as well, which are fueling these storms. Now, the sunshine is ending, and the storms are quickly approaching this area. In fact, they move out of the way. You can see the clouds still streaming in pretty quickly, coming in from the south, and the south-southwest is screaming overhead, and the storms now are getting closer and closer. Look at the radar. They're getting very close to the Durham and the Raleigh area. In fact, Durham will probably see the storms start, at least the rain begin again over the next, say, half hour or so. Here in the Raleigh area, we actually timed this line out because portions of this line moving at freeway speed, 55 miles per hour. Before it was moving slower, we're expecting maybe around, say, 5 o'clock. Now we're talking about maybe 4:15 or so before we get here into the Raleigh area. And right now we do have a tornado warning for the Durham area. So again, talked about that northern edge of that line getting into Durham before it gets into Raleigh. So that's a big concern right now. So again, Durham under a tornado warning at this time for this line. Again, this is the same line which will eventually roll through Holly Springs, Chapel Hill, Apex, and also here in the Raleigh area. So schools have been let out early. That's some great news there. So the kids are not on the buses, not on the practice fields. They're hopefully home in their safe places because, again, the weather continues to go downhill. You mentioned the big basketball game, UNC versus NC State. That's at 8 o'clock tonight. Hopefully by the time our tornado watch ends, which is 7 o'clock, we should start seeing that severe line push past us. Rain, gusty winds will still be an issue as we head throughout tonight. Guys?
Yeah, we did.
All right, thank you
Paul.
so much.
Let's get into Virginia. We've got a tornado warning in effect for the Norfolk metropolitan area, downtown Portsmouth, Craddock, Old Dominion University. Tornado warning is in effect. Downtown Norfolk, Norfolk State into Ghent and Norview, Virginia by 3:50. Ocean View, Virginia Wesleyan College, all these locations under a tornado warning. Get to your safe place, interior walls or basement.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 63 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, periods of rain early, low 33. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday, windy with afternoon snow showers, high 40. Thursday night, occasional snow showers, low 26. Here's our 7-day outlook.
looking at Norfolk, Virginia right now, where a tornado warning is in effect for the city. We've been watching the city of Chesapeake, city of Norfolk, city of Portsmouth, city of Suffolk, city of Virginia Beach now until 4 o'clock. A tornado warning issued for these areas. It's a Doppler radar indicated tornado located near Bowers Hill or near Deep Creek that's been moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So we've been watching these areas all very, very closely. Storms rolling through some highly populated areas this afternoon. We're talking around the Durham, North Carolina area and here around Norfolk, Virginia.
Yeah, and that's one of two in Norfolk.
Yeah, right.
Got two different warnings. The other one is for west of Norfolk, the city of, and also up into Hampton on the peninsula. So south side and the peninsula under the gun right now. Stay inside, away from windows.
And it looks like the city of Suffolk now out of the tornado warning, so there's some good news. Let's head out to Dr. Forbes in the lab. Dr. Forbes, things really firing up now.
Yeah, there really are. I'm seeing 7 storms now that have tornado warnings on them. At the moment, all of them are Doppler indicated tornado warnings, although we have had some reports of trees and lines down with some of these that may be tornadoes, maybe straight line winds. Let's take a look. Here, as Dave and Alex have just talked about, 2 storms in the Norfolk area with tornado warnings. Then a couple of storms here, a couple off to the west of Raleigh, and 1 in South Carolina with tornado warnings. So 2 lines of storms, basically. The western line now soon to become the most active. But here are the 2 storms with tornado warnings in the Norfolk area. One of them coming right up into the west side of the Norfolk area. Cities of Chesapeake, Norfolk, and Portsmouth, and the counties the same. Tracking that one out, it is going to be coming right into Chesapeake about 3:47, Norfolk around the same time, Burton's about 3:55. Then taking a look at the next storm off to the west, that one Hampton, Newport News cities, and then Isle of Wight and York counties, is that one racing off toward the north and east. You can see a little bit of a hook echo there off to the north and west of Norfolk right now, and tracking that one out, it is getting very close to the Newport News area about 3:48, and then Pocasson at about 4 o'clock as it heads off toward the north. So dangerous storms there. Then off to the areas a little bit farther to the west, a number of tornado warnings in this line, including Appomattox is under the warning, as well as Campbell County and Charlotte counties in Virginia with that particular tornado warning. Then the next storm down the line there, that's the Appomattox, Campbell, and Charlotte. So actually a couple of storms there now with tornado warnings on that. Then here's Raleigh over at the right side of the screen here. So Durham, Granville, and Orange counties with tornado warnings on that. You can see the hook echo right about there, just a little bit to the east of Saxapahaw and just to the west of Chapel Hill. And so that is going to go just west of Chapel Hill about 3:53, Durham about 4:03 as it's headed. And there's another little hook echo there on the south side of that could be also producing a tornado. That one may come right into the north side of the Raleigh area and into, say, Pittsboro right now, heading toward Cary at about 4:09. The circulations are not extremely strong with these. There are the 2 of them, the reds northbound, the greens southbound, but they can produce at least brief tornadoes. One good news, we've lost the tornado warning that had been in South Carolina. That now is a severe thunderstorm warning that's moved over into the North Carolina area for Anson and Richmond counties there in and around the Rockingham, North Carolina area. So a very busy day and likely to push up into Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland before too long into the evening hours, maybe even into New York City overnight. Dave, Alex?
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. We continue to monitor these active tornado warnings across parts of the mid-Atlantic right now. So we've got 3 states, North Carolina, Virginia, and into, where's the other one? Well, at least North Carolina and Virginia, we've got active tornado warnings right now. You're looking at Appomattox and Buckingham counties. I believe this is in Virginia. Yeah,
this is western Virginia. This is along the cold front. Yeah, we've got some warm frontal action in eastern Virginia, cold frontal action here in western Virginia. After this line goes through, that'll be it for severe weather, but it's still a fur piece from Richmond and Norfolk.
Yeah, here is that active tornado warning around Norfolk. 4 o'clock Eastern time is when this expires. So if you are in the city of Norfolk, make sure you are in your safe spot. We'll be right back.
It's up in Yorktown.
All right, thanks for staying with us. We continue to monitor severe weather across parts of the mid-Atlantic. We want to check in with Jeff Orrick. He is with the National Weather Service office out of Wakefield, Virginia. And you guys monitor the Virginia Beach, Norfolk area where you've got the active warnings right now. Is there an area you're most concerned about?
Yeah, right now it looks like the circulations have crossed the James River and are really kind of pushing across the peninsula there at Newport News, pushing over to parts of Pocosin. And then we're watching the circulation there kind of going right through downtown Norfolk. We have one station there on a bridge that's gusted to 61 miles per hour. It's a little high off the ground, but gives you an idea of what kind of wind is there on some of the bridges. So that was really right there. It's called the Jordan Bridge, kind of in South Norfolk, and really the circulation looks like it's tracking through downtown, and it's going to move out kind of towards what we call Ocean View area, maybe out there towards what we call Little Creek near the amphibious base there where the Navy has some of their assets. One thing we want to stress, too, to folks, especially in the Hampton Roads area, is the fact that this is just really round one. We're getting a lot of calls, folks thinking that this is it and it's over, where we have more tornadic storms now pushing in west of Richmond that are going to make it all the way, to the coast through the evening hours. So, folks need to realize that just because you've experienced severe storms here in the last hour or two doesn't mean it's over. There are more coming.
That's right. The tornado watch in effect for you guys till 9 o'clock. So with this anticipated several days in advance, do you ramp up the staffing here at the Weather Service office? How do you handle it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we always look ahead, and we always make sure we have extra staffing. Today was one of those days where we had a lot of extra folks available. So, at this moment, we have 4 different people watching storms, issuing warnings, kind of assign folks individual circulations right now so they can track them. At the same time, we're coordinating with local law enforcement, emergency management, giving them heads up of what's coming and then trying to get reports. We do have what looks like a tornado that touched down just, north of the office in a little town called Waverly, about maybe an hour ago, and it's done quite a bit of damage. We have some crews up there already. We don't know what the EF rating is, but it looks like it was a pretty significant tornado that tracked, just barely north of the Weather Service office.
Yeah, well, that was my next question for you, because I looked at where Waverly is, and it's right up the road from Wakefield. So you've already seen damage. We're getting some of these pictures into us as we speak, and we'll try to get those on the air for folks as soon as possible. But what are you warning folks in your DMA about your area? What are you telling them? I know the first was don't let your guard down, and we are looking at one of those damaged photos right now.
Yeah, the main thing is, they're very fast-moving storms. So, we're issuing the warnings. We're trying to stay ahead of them. Really, from the time we issued the warning, you need to take action pretty quickly. These storms are really racing, and so you may not have a lot of time to get ready. It's like, you hear the warning, wind picks up, it doesn't seem like there's very much going on, then all of a sudden, boom, it's there. So, the fact these things are moving so quickly, and it does look like, we're still going to be experiencing these things, into the evening hours when it starts to get dark. Main thing is just, I think, stay aware, make sure you can get the warnings and know what you're going to do quickly.
That is a great point, because, we've been looking at these warnings 40, 50 plus miles per hour. So before you know it, you could be underneath one of those.
Right, and we see the latest warning, which is for the cities of Pocosin in the counties of Gloucester, Matthews, and York, for areas from the peninsula northward here on the northwest side of the Norfolk metropolitan area. Now, it looks as if there's going to be a break here, Jeff, for folks in southeast Virginia before that cold front moves in from the west, where severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect east of Lynchburg. What kind of a window do you think we're going to have? Do you have a sense of that?
There's going to be a break for several hours. That's what we're a little concerned about. Folks dropping their guard and thinking that it's going to be over for the night, and it's actually not. I think we're going to see areas in Hampton and here back towards Wakefield. We may see a break for a couple hours, and then all of a sudden there's going to be this big wall of even stronger storms push in from the west that have a lot of severe wind with them, along with embedded tornadoes. So it's going to be a break that's going to last maybe for a couple of hours, and then all of a sudden it's going to come in again. And when it comes back in the second time, especially for folks closer to the coast, it's going to be getting dark.
Yeah, great point. Great words of advice, Jeff Orrick. We thank you so much for joining us. National Weather Service office out of Wakefield, Virginia. They are having a busy day already, and as he said, expected to stay busy into the evening. And they're the local offices that issue all the warnings that you hear about. The Storm Prediction Center in the Midwest issues the watches. It's the local people who issue the warnings. They see what's going on. They're focused in. Here we are in Norfolk. Yeah, this is the Norfolk tornado warning, Norfolk and Virginia Beach. This goes until 4 o'clock. We're back in just a moment with more from Dr. Forbes.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, periods of rain early, low 33. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday, windy with afternoon snow showers, high 40. Thursday night, occasional snow showers, low 26. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking now as we head into the 4 o'clock hour Eastern time. You're looking at Waverly, Virginia. This is off towards the west and northwest of Norfolk, Virginia, where an apparent tornado has left a significant amount of damage in the town. We've seen trucks, cars damaged, even flipped over. And I mean, in this picture, look at all the debris strewn about that parking lot or basketball courts, who knows?
And some of that debris damaged that car. Like shrapnel right through the air.
Yeah.
Branches, pieces of a roof. Who knows what was flying through the air during those wild moments here in Waverly, Virginia, early this afternoon.
Yeah, those trees split as well. Pieces of insulation, it looks like.
Power lines down.
A lot of stuff to go through in that town, unfortunately, this afternoon. But the severe threat is not over. Active tornado warnings all across 2 states, really. North Carolina and Virginia are the areas to watch. We welcome you into Weather Center Live. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Dave Schwartz. Meanwhile, northern Indiana, a blizzard is going on.
65 million people under wind advisories. So wind, another big threat, causing damage even outside of storms.
Right, and causing the blizzard.
Yeah. It's a big day.
More severe storms, a very busy day. Let's get to it. Dr. Greg Forbes in the lab. Greg, it's yours.
And it's a very, very busy day. At least 7 storms right now have tornado warnings on them, and some severe threat going to spread its way from where the tornado warnings are in Virginia and North Carolina up into Maryland, maybe Delaware, eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. We have some isolated threat now of severe weather becoming more isolated across Florida. Torcon values, as I've given them, have been 7s for eastern parts of North Carolina. We have increasing tornado threat coming across there, 6 for eastern Virginia and central parts of North Carolina. So that's where the action really is taking place, with a couple of storms here now moving out of the Norfolk area with tornado warnings, and then a whole line of storms with tornado warnings, and that line is going to move back in to areas of eastern Virginia and eastern North Carolina that have already previously had tornado warnings from the previous line. The leading storm here that has come across the Norfolk area has gone out into the Chesapeake Bay, but that may come back onshore if it holds together into the Cape Charles area. So Cape Charles would be about 425, still some well-defined rotation out over the water. Now, this storm has come out of the Newport News area up into Gloucester, Matthews, and York counties near the Pocasson area, and you can see the appendage there coming up toward the Beaverlet area at about 4:15 p.m. These storms are moving so fast that some of my time sectors here are getting out of date. Appomattox and Buckingham counties farther to the west, that's the northern end of this western line of storms with a tornado warning. That's coming up out of this area, and then to the east, Prince Edward County with a tornado warning as a couple of storms there roll across the area. One brand new tornado warning here up in Granville and Person counties with a tornado warning, areas near the Roxborough area, and then the storm that is off in the Durham area with Durham and Orange counties, a tornado warning there. This one is a very well-defined hook echo just to the west of Durham right now. Taking a look here, at times it's had extremely intense circulation. Now it maybe has gusted out a little bit. You're seeing more of an S-shaped pattern here, but in this area along Highway 70 just to the northwest of Durham, and then moving very rapidly. This storm going about 70 miles per hour off toward the east. I'll have to readjust, if I can find my mouse there, readjust this timeline on this one to show that it is now moving across areas like the Huckleberry Spring area and then right about where it is right now, and then continuing on, heading toward the Butner area at about say 4:14 p.m. So moving very, very quickly. Continuing on then down the line, tornado warnings, the relatively new warning here for heading toward the Sanford area. So you look at the Hilk Echo on this one, coming up Chatham, Lee, and Moore counties with a tornado warning. And then one more storm down the line here. It's come east of Rockingham now into Hoke, Moore, and Sanford counties with a possible tornado that's up close to the Highway 15 area at this time. All of these following and being allowed to occur because the warm air has moved all across the area. Yesterday, that warm front was all the way down in central Georgia, or just south of Atlanta. Now it is all the way up into north of the Richmond area with temperatures into the 70s and low-level jet 65 to 85 miles per hour, giving tremendous amounts of wind energy. So that's why we're getting tornadoes and damaging wind gusts. Let's go now to Paul, who's in Raleigh, where the storm's not very far from him.
Yeah, definitely, Dr. Forbes, watching that storm line just to the north west of us up towards Durham. Again, funnel clouds reported with that storm. And here in Raleigh, we're not quite into the thick of it yet. We had some rain this morning. Again, you mentioned the warm front, the temperatures. Yesterday, a high of 46 degrees. Today, it's already been to around 72 degrees. That's all fueling a lot of these thunderstorms, adding extra energy to it as we head into this afternoon. Now, I want to take a look at the radar. Again, we're definitely following the storms that have warnings on them, either severe thunderstorm warnings or even tornado warnings as well, as now gustier winds are coming in here. And we're looking at the timeline of some storms well south of us. Those are the ones that are coming, racing to the northeast, and should be here in the Raleigh area. Looking at the timing here, about 4:34. So we still have another maybe 20, 25 to almost 30 minutes before we start seeing our brunt of this initial push of severe weather. And again, the winds will only get stronger as we head throughout the afternoon as well. And we expect once we get into this rain to be into the rain and the chance for damaging winds for a good maybe 45 minutes to maybe close to an hour as well. And even after the heavier rain pushes on past, we'll still have some gusty winds. I take a look at what happened well to the west of us in the Charlotte area. They had strong and severe thunderstorms blast through there, and their temperatures now are still in the upper 60s, but their dew points have dropped to the 40s, and they still have gusty winds. Once we have that push of some drier air come in here, it'll still be windy throughout this evening, but again, the severe threat will start to diminish in terms of the lines of damaging thunderstorms, but the winds will still be an issue. I want to get that out there and make sure everyone knows that as we head through tonight. Again, the damaging winds will be the biggest widespread threat here. Already more than 91,000 people without power here in North Carolina. We're back.
I'm sitting with our expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. It is a very, very busy afternoon across Virginia and North Carolina with many tornado warnings. In fact, they are in two lines. The leading line now probably going to weaken as most of these storms head up over the Chesapeake Bay, but the second line, which is along a cold front, very active. Most of the thunderstorms embedded in that line are rotating with tornado warnings there in red. So I'll try to get through a number of these. This storm has come right across Norfolk, out over the Chesapeake Bay. If it holds together, it might come together back over the Cape Charles area on the Delmarva Peninsula with a chance of a tornado. This storm rolling across Gloucester, Matthews, and York counties has come out of the Newport News area. Pretty strong rotation still showing up. You can see the swirling in that. That is right about there near the Bavon area, heading probably to the east of Hudgens in about just about 4:12. Then off into the area of Appomattox and Buckingham counties, and in fact one storm farther to the north of that in Fluvanna County with tornado warnings there in the central parts of Virginia. Additional tornado warnings along the way down into North Carolina there. Glanville and Person counties out around the Roxborough and north of Roxborough. Well-defined supercell there heading toward the Highway 51 area north and east of Roxborough. Additional tornado warnings for storms heading up in the line to north and west of Butner, up into Granville, Person, and Vance counties in North Carolina. And then well-defined supercell right at the end there, just now to the north of Durham. Durham and Orange counties with tornado warnings, and tracking that one out. This one may be the strongest of them all. You can see the reds going northbound, the greens going southbound. One little blue pixel in the middle may be where the radar is having trouble deciphering the situation. So it's going right across just east of Highway 501 now north of Durham, heading right toward the Butner area. It may ultimately go just south of the Oxford area. Tracking that, Butner about 4:14, the Clay area about 4:23 p.m. p.m. This storm going about 70 miles per hour, so you won't have time to see it and then seek shelter. Seek shelter. Lowest innermost portion of a sturdy building. If you have a helmet, put that on to protect your head. Then farther south down the line, Chatham and Lee counties. Storm there rolling off to the north of the Sanford area south of Pittsburgh with a tornado warning on that one. Tracking that one out along Asbury, Blacknell about 4:18 p.m. With a tornado likely heading that way. And then south and east of Pinehurst, west of Fayetteville, Hoke and Moore counties with tornado warnings. So just about every storm from central Virginia down into central North Carolina has a tornado threat or a damaging wind threat. So you're probably wise to just treat each of those once you begin to see the sky darken to your west as if it could produce a tornado and begin to head towards shelter. Dave?
Thanks a lot, Dr. Forbes. And I'll tell you, one of the tips that will let you know that the severe threat is up is the temperature popping up. That just happened in Central Park, New York. We went from 47 to 54, just like that. Warm air coming in from the southeast. Our front sits right through Philadelphia, down through Baltimore and Washington on Interstate 95. South and east of that, that's where the warmest air is. That warm air is moving this way. That's why Harrisburg and Hagerstown and parts of central Virginia are now under a tornado watch. Look at this. And this is not in effect just until 9 o'clock. It's in effect till 11 o'clock for this entire area. So this is 11 p.m. Baltimore, Dover, Atlantic City, Philadelphia, Harrisburg till 11 o'clock tonight. So we're going to have to be heads up here. We've also got a brand new tornado warning in effect that we're showing you. This is in North Carolina for the Raleigh area.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, periods of rain early, low 33. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday, windy with afternoon snow showers, high 40. Thursday night, occasional snow showers, low 26. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. It is a very dangerous afternoon. Tornado warnings in 2 lines, especially a line from central Virginia down into south central North Carolina, with most of the storms in the line there having rotation within that. There's been a funnel cloud sighted about 5 miles north of Chapel Hill. That is probably the most dangerous of the storms. A storm has come out of the the Norfolk Newport News area and is heading across the Chesapeake Bay, still with a tornado warning. We'll take a look at that one first. This storm, you can still see some rotation, but it's about ready to move out of Matthews County, out over the water. There had been a storm that had been over Norfolk. That may come back into the Charles City area, the Cape Charles area, with a possibility of a tornado. Now, south and east of Charlottesville, over into central Virginia. That's the next line of thunderstorms along a cold front. These storms, for the most part, moving close to 70 miles per hour toward the north and east. Very difficult to track them. Right near the Fork Union area at the moment, Fluvanna County, you have a tornado warning. That is going to come up into the I-64 area, very close to Highway 15. So if you're living in those areas between Fork Union and that region, you need to be seeking shelter. Big storm there coming across just to the east of Dillwyn, has at times been tornado warned. Right now, that's severe warning for Appomattox and Buckingham counties. Then storms coming down toward the Keysville area out of the South Boston area, Charlotte and Halifax counties in Virginia with tornado warnings coming and just to the running parallel and just to the north of Highway 360 up toward the Keysville area. You need to be seeking shelter. Then down into the Roxborough area, it is rolled. Look how fast it's moving. It's rolled out of that county up into the next one. So we'll slide down and catch the storms that are coming out into the Butner area. This is a storm that's come north of Durham with a funnel cloud. Granville and Vance counties now with the tornado warning as it rolls with the hook echo there just north of Butner. So let's try to track this one if we could. Let me see. There is the very strong rotation of this one. The red's northbound, the green southbound. That blue speck in the middle could be because the Doppler radar is having trouble resolving what the velocity is there. It may be actually catching a tornado in progress. Let me actually see if we can see any correlation, any debris signature showing up on this. It's a little bit ambiguous. Right in here, there are some spots of blue in here that are suggestive of possible debris. But on the other hand, there's some clear air return out to the east of that also that could be just noise. So it's a little bit in the ambiguous range. Right now, that tornado threat is near Stem, heading up toward Oxford, North Carolina at about 4:30 p.m. as it races off toward the north and east. Then a little bit farther to the south, tornado possible in the areas just to the south and east of Pittsboro, Chatham and Lee counties with a tornado warning there for that particular storm. And then down the line yet a bit further, coming up into a well-defined little hook echo there east of Pinehurst now in Moore County, heading up into areas of, let's see, that's going to be heading into Chatham, Harnett, and Lee counties with tornado warnings as that storm is racing up toward the area that is very close to Barbecue. We do have tornado watches that go even farther to the north than this. Philadelphia, you're under a tornado watch now, as well as Delaware and southern New Jersey. That goes until 11 p.m. Watches mean that additional tornadoes are possible. We have watches that go all the way across eastern Virginia until 9 p.m. and then across 7 p.m. Down across parts of North Carolina and northeast parts of South Carolina. That's where the most of the severe weather threat is being fueled by unseasonably warm temperatures. A warm front is pushed all the way up into central parts of Virginia, and we have southerly winds at the surface overtopped by winds that are up to 85 miles per hour at about 5,000 feet, giving the shear for damaging winds and for rotating thunderstorms with a tornado threat. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, windy with thunderstorms early, low 33. Thursday, windy with afternoon snow showers, high 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Closed captioning brought to you by California Walnuts. What makes this the best simple dinner ever? Great tasting, heart-healthy California walnuts. So simple. Get the recipes at walnuts.org.
Thunder showers have hit the Raleigh-Durham area. This camera has been shaking in recent moments. Winds are gusting to 35 miles an hour at the airport. We've had a report of a funnel cloud near UNC at Chapel Hill, west of town. And the tornado watch remains in effect till 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, I mean, they have the sirens going off at UNC Chapel Hill. Yeah. I'm seeing a storm report of tree down in Durham, so that's near the campus of Duke. We've got a big basketball game tonight, UNC and NC State in Raleigh. So A lot of college impacts and, unfortunately, major city impacts. You know, we've seen tornado warnings move through places like Norfolk, Virginia this afternoon.
Yep,
so far, no damage.
They're not done yet.
No, they're not. They're watching for another round later tonight. We spoke to somebody from the National Weather Service office who said, I'm a little concerned that people will let their guard down because they'll think, oh, this was the main event.
Right, it's not. Well, half past the hour, another busy day, as you can tell here at the Weather Channel. I'm Dave Schwartz.
And I'm Alex Wilson. Tornado warnings in 2 states right now. We've got North Carolina, with Durham included, and Virginia. And, you know, earlier we were showing you some pictures that we've received out of the state of Virginia.
Yeah.
That are really, you know, mind-blowing and also just so sad to see because you're looking at people's livelihoods strewn about.
Yeah, this is Waverly, Virginia, which is halfway between Richmond and Norfolk. And you can see the damage. Well, we're about to talk to somebody who is there. Joining us on the phone right now is Michael Campbell. He's the digital media editor of the Sussex Surrey Dispatch. Michael, give us an update on what you saw when you arrived on the scene.
I mean, I coordinated with one of our reporters down there, of course, and just the devastation is what kind of took me aback. I covered a tornado here in 2014 in May. It was an EF0, kind of knocked some trees down, did some minimal damage. This just kind of took our breath away when we got on scene and just saw the devastation to the community we serve as a newspaper here.
Absolutely, and the picture's one thing, and actually being there and seeing it is another.
Yeah, we're seeing a photograph of a car that's overturned on the side of the road, power lines down, trees snapped. What have you seen with regard to homes and structures?
We came upon this one trailer that suffered serious damage. Practically one side of it completely sheared off by the wind. Metal and roofs kind of ripped off and damaged in some parts. It kind of just took us, like I said, it took us aback seeing this devastation and, like I said, covering this community for the last few years. And like I said, it's mind-blowing. The storm just developed so quick and did so much devastation to this area.
Yeah, and you know, we've heard some chatter on social media about possible injuries or deaths. Have you heard anything being there?
We're still working to confirm deaths out of the situation. We've heard that 2 people did unfortunately lose their lives. We're working to confirm that, but things are a little bit frantic down here at the scene, especially because we do cover this area, so it's a bit of a hectic time. But we have heard that there's been some injuries and unfortunately some fatalities here in the town of Waverly.
Yeah, and we'll continue to monitor that as well. You know, you hope for the best, but when you look at the damage, you worry.
If you discover something concrete, I hope you'll let us know so we can pass that information
Absolutely.
on.
Like I said, we're coordinating, and I'm working with another reporter here at the scene and our publishers at the scene, so we're trying to get as much information out there as possible and trying to relay something to families and things like that that have friends, family, anyone else in this area that was impacted.
Thank you so much, Michael. Have a safe evening. There are more thunderstorms on the way in a couple of hours, my friend, so be careful. That's Michael Campbell of the Sussex Surrey Dispatch media expert.
All right.
So once again, our severe weather expert is keeping you ahead of the storm danger this evening.
Right, severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. And Dr. Forbes, I'm looking out of Raleigh National Weather Service office, and they're saying that they have confirmed a tornado due to a TDS signature.
Yeah, that's the storm I've been following that had the strongest rotation, and I was just going to show that it definitely now has a debris signature right over Oxford in North Carolina. That's north-central North Carolina now and about ready to head towards the Virginia area. We've had some tornado warnings across the Norfolk Newport News area in that lead line, but now all the tornado warnings are in the cold front type line from central North Carolina up into central parts of Virginia. Let's take a look. We'll start in the Norfolk area. Those storms have come across Chesapeake Bay. Some of them running up the bay toward Tangier. The others have weakened as they've come toward the Cape Charles area. Then over into that western line, central parts of Virginia, tornado warnings, Fluvanna County, up in the area now north and east of Fork Union. And then on its flanks, some additional rotation embedded in that line. Look at that white there, probably bigger than a golf ball size hail in that storm. A possible tornado just south and east of where the hail would be, Cumberland, Fluvanna, and Goochland counties. Some of these storms going up to 70 miles per hour. Then down into a little bit farther into Virginia, Charlotte and Halifax counties. That storm is off to the north and east now of South Boston, rolling up into the north and east. The Drake's Branch, the Meherrin areas, the Burkeville 454, as that storm races off to the northeast. Now here's the one that I was talking about. Well-defined hook echo there, coming toward and just west of Henderson, Granville and Vance counties. This one heading up into the areas of La Crosse, up into Virginia, La Crosse, for example, about 501. This one, look at that. Now here is the Oxford, North Carolina area. So it is past now just a few miles east of Oxford. The yellow's going northbound, the blue's going southbound, and that's the one that's rolling up toward the Williamsboro area and toward the Virginia line. I'll leave that circle there and show you that inside of that circle, this is the type of radar scan that sees debris. If it's tumbling around, it gets a blue circular appearance, whereas red is surrounding that as precipitation. So that's the tornado debris signature north and east of Oxford, North Carolina. Dangerous tornado headed northeast if you live north and east of Oxford. Lowest innermost portion of a sturdy building, put a helmet on to try to protect your head. Now, additional thunderstorms coming into the Raleigh area, and then from the west, it'll go to the north side and down in the area, coming into the Fuquay-Varina area with a tornado warning, Chatham, Harnett, and Lee counties with a tornado warning there, and severe thunderstorm warnings down around Florence, South Carolina. Let's go to our Paul Goodloe. He is in Raleigh, North Carolina. Oh, sorry. We'll go to David. Alex, back in the studio.
Yeah, actually, I asked for it back, Dr. Forbes, because I wanted to, ask you. I think some of the viewers at home are wondering what makes these storms today move so quickly, because that's been a really noticeable feature of these storms today.
Well, the upper-level jet stream is just blasting right across the area. It has extremely fast winds, and then even at 5,000 feet, the winds are 85 miles per hour. So thunderstorms are just bubbles of warm rising air. They drift basically with a speed of whatever they're within. The only exception being that when they rotate, it's sometimes a little bit like a curveball. They'll drift to the right of the steering flow. When they weaken, then they go with the steering flow and take a little bit of a left turn. So the fast winds, low-level and mid-level and high-level jet that is steering them very rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen storms moving 70 miles an hour today. Pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, which means you have little time to react once a warning is issued. Thank you, Dr. Forbes. So that gives you the big picture. Let's take a look into New York City. They've been kind of out of the mix here today, but you may be back into the mix tonight. Now we have stratus clouds here. It's hard to see anything. We've got some light rain. Temperatures have warmed into the 50s, and they may get even warmer than that later on as the storm approaches. So we could have some thunderstorms in the middle of the night here in New York City.
I mean, if this isn't a tower cam that says you're under the weather, I don't know what is. I mean, it is a tough. Now we take you under those clouds, and Times Square, you can see soggy and a slow go, but it's always jammed up there in Times Square.
Very unusual weather expected here later tonight, and it'll be very, very windy. Same story here in Washington, D.C. Winds are blowing out of the southeast, 65 degrees.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with thunderstorms early, low 33. Thursday, windy with afternoon snow showers, high 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes with many tornado warnings to get you updated on, all the way from central parts of Virginia down into the Raleigh-Durham metro area. All those red outlined areas are tornado warnings. Probably the most dangerous of them is about right near the North Carolina-Virginia line. It is off to the north and east of Oxford in North Carolina, where we've had a tornado debris signature and continue to have that. We'll start from north and go to the south. A line of thunderstorms coming out of Fluvanna County into parts of the adjacent counties there, Cumberland and Goochland counties. Lavender Core, could be some golf ball size hail, as well as the chance of a tornado with that. All of these storms moving extremely rapidly, 70 miles per hour. One of them coming out of Charlotte and Halifax County there, very close to the Keysville area. We'll continue down the line here and track that one on. It will be coming up toward the Burkeville area at about 5 o'clock. Winterham about 5:16. Then off to, this is the storm that I was talking about. Look at the core in that white cores. It's going to be bigger than golf ball size hail here north of Henderson in North Carolina, and it's coming up toward I-85 just across into the Virginia border. Granville and Vance counties in North Carolina, you have a tornado warning, and that's going to be coming up toward the South Hill area in Virginia. Brunswick, Lunenburg, and Mecklenburg counties now have tornado warnings for that same storm. Right in there is the Hook Echo with that, and so tracking that out, it's close to the Williamsboro area right now, coming toward Epps Fork, that's right near the state line, and then South Hill up into Virginia about 5:03. Look at the velocities on this. You can see why I'm so concerned. Yellow's northbound, blues southbound, extremely strong rotation. Oxford maybe off your screen just to the lower left where it has come through with a tornado debris signature. I'll leave that circle on there, and it still has that tornado debris signature. Those blue specks in there are places where debris is tossed up but is tumbling and shows up blue as opposed. Now right now it's over Williamsboro, so Williamsboro is getting blasted in North Carolina by this dangerous tornado producing storm. Then closer into the Raleigh area, up just to the south and east of Durham, tornado warning for Durham County. Hook Echo formed there. That's heading over toward just to the north of Leesville, over into the New Light area about 4:54. Tracking that one out a little bit more like a gust front with damaging winds, but sometimes tornadoes form on that. And one more tornado warning down to the south and west of Raleigh. That one near the Fuquay-Varina area, Chatham, Harnett, and Wake counties with a tornado warning. That one getting close to the Duncan and then McCullers area around 5:01. Getting within the action is Paul Goodlow, who's in the Raleigh, North Carolina area. Let's go now to Paul.
Thanks, Dr. Forbes. Again, we're here and we're still waiting for this line of thunderstorms to come through here. Right now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Raleigh area. That was just issued, goes for another hour till about 5:45 local time. Talking Durham, Franklin, Granville, Harnett, Vance, Wake, and Warren counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. But the concern, as you were mentioning, is the risk for tornadoes. Again, big game going on here tonight. Big college basketball game. University of North Carolina versus North Carolina State here in Raleigh. UNC is actually located in Chapel Hill. They've had the tornado sirens going on for about a half hour to an hour because of that tornadic threat there. So I'm not even I wouldn't be surprised if they actually maybe push the game back, or at least push their travel back a little bit, because you're not only dealing with that tornado warning in Durham area, but also dealing with the severe thunderstorm warning for this area for the next hour. And we're concerned with storms well to the south and southwest of us, moving this way pretty quickly, talking about between 50 and 70 miles per hour. That's the speed of the line coming through, so the winds might start at 50 and go even higher through that line of storms. But also, do not let your guard down, because once that initial line pushes on through, we're still dealing with the gradient wind, so we can still have winds gusting 30, 40, 50 miles per hour even after the line of lightning and heavy rain pushes on past, and that's going to linger through tonight into early tomorrow morning. So the big concern is not just that single line, not just surviving that single line, it's the damaging winds that still go on even after the heavy rain and lightning pushes on through, and that will definitely be a big concern. Right now, over 91,000 customers without power here in the state of North Carolina, and again, we expect that number to go up before it starts to go down. We'll have more on this severe threat coming up right after your local on the 8s.
Breaking now, sad news to report out of Waverly, Virginia. Officials have confirmed that at least 2 people lost their lives this afternoon after tornado-warned storms ripped through eastern Virginia. Just a few moments ago, we spoke with a reporter for the newspaper in the area. He described the extensive damage he's seen in Waverly.
And I mean, looking at these pictures, you can tell it was an intense storm.
Yeah.
Still dealing with tornado-warned storms, still at a very active situation through both Virginia and North Carolina. And now as we head out to Dr. Forbes, we also notice Maryland getting into the mix with tornado warnings.
Yeah, that Maryland storm is a continuation of the storm that was down in the Newport News area. I was just trying to add that to my stack there. Let's hope I succeeded. What we're also getting are severe thunderstorms that are up into central parts of Maryland and tornado warnings that are getting not too far down to the southwest of the Washington, D.C. area. There's the storm that's come out across the Chesapeake Bay. That's the storm that was in Newport News. So if I did my work here correctly, yeah, there we go. I got that one correct. I was able to get there over the eastern shores of Maryland, Dorchester, Somerset, and Wacomico counties with a tornado warning. You can see the rotation there right around the Crisfield area, heading up toward and probably just to the west of Salisbury in Maryland. Then over in the western edge of the line, it's basically along the cold front all the way now with severe thunderstorms up close to Frederick in Maryland. You see the big line of thunderstorms and then some individual storms ahead of that. So Frederick, Loudoun, and Montgomery counties, a chance of a tornado, but especially damaging winds coming through the area. Now down to the south and west of Washington, D.C., north and west, well, south and west of Fredericksburg, Virginia, Fredericksburg County city, as well as Culpeper, Orange, and Spotsylvania counties with a tornado warning. This looks more like a bow echo that is surging forward with damaging winds, but we all know that bow echo sometimes can get little tornadoes on the edge of that. Then continuing down, we have tornado warnings for parts of Fluvanna, Goochland, and Louisa counties as that big storm there rolls up into the area toward just to the west of Beaver Dam region. This line continues to be very, very busy with tornadoes within that. A little bit of a gap, and then down into the area north and east of Keysville, Lunenburg, Nottoway, and Prince Edward counties with tornado warnings there. This one pretty well-defined rotation coming up toward Burke's Tavern, and then Rice in the Ballsville area, probably just south of Ballsville at about 5:14. Then this has been the storm of the day by far. It had come across Oxford, North Carolina. Now it's close to the Townsville area. It actually has moved across out of Vance County in North Carolina up into Virginia, heading toward the South Hill area across Brunswick, Lunenburg, and Mecklenburg counties. Really well-defined. Look at the hook in that and the well-defined lavender shape to this. That is all hail that's being swirled around. Tracking that, updating the track on this one, you can see that it is coming toward areas South Hill about 5:09, Forksville about 5:13, with a very dangerous circulation on that. Maybe it looks like it's weakened a little bit, but that's because it's gotten a little bit farther away from and in between the radars. Still well-defined circulation there. Yellows northbound, greens, and blues southbound. I'll leave that circle on, and still embedded in that are lots of these specks of blue. That's, with this way the radar looks at it, dual pole measurements of tumbling motions that are taking place by the targets inside the radar beam. The reds are the precipitation. So tornado appears to still be in progress heading towards South Hill of Virginia. Just to the east of Durham in North Carolina, Durham County still with a tornado warning. That particular storm is heading up toward the Stony Hill, the Franklinton area, away from the Durham area. The circulation has pushed well to the east now. It's up around Highway 50 for the most part. Seems to be losing some of its tornado circulation. Then down in the Fuquay-Varina area, Harnett and Wake counties with tornado warning. That is south of the Raleigh area. Raleigh is under a severe thunderstorm warning. This one with an appendage there coming toward McCullers at about 5:01 p.m. An additional additional tornado warning. Let me slide back and catch that one as popped up as I spoke here. Down near the Lumberton, North Carolina area. We're talking about Robeson County there. A big hail cord storm. We're getting much bigger hail today than we saw yesterday as the cold pocket loft is coming over top of some of this very, very unseasonably warm temperatures at low levels. Dave?
All right, thanks a lot, Dr. Forbes. Just thought we'd go over the watches that are still in effect, and they go from South Carolina all the way up to Pennsylvania. Yes, you folks in Philadelphia, tornado watch is in effect till 11 o'clock here tonight. You never would think you'd have to be aware of that this time of year, but a tornado watch is in effect all the way up into southeast PA, South Jersey, and Delaware. Now this.
a wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 65 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with thunderstorms early, low 33. Thursday, windy with afternoon snow showers, high 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking now, damage pictures coming in from Waverly, Virginia, southeast part of the state. At least 2 people confirmed dead from thunderstorms this afternoon. Looks like it was a tornado. That is yet to be determined. But a serious state of affairs here in Waverly, Virginia, halfway between Richmond and Norfolk, and the threat is not over.
Welcome into Weather Center Live on this very active Wednesday afternoon. I'm Alex Wilson.
And I'm Dave Schwartz. This is just day number 2.
Right.
You know, yesterday it was I-10 on the Gulf Coast. Today it's I-95 from Florida all the way up into maybe New Jersey and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I want to get right into it. Dr. Greg Forbes here once again. You've been giving Torcon values once again high today, Dr. Forbes.
Yeah, and unfortunately all these tornado warnings are in that, and we do have now a public report to go along with our tornado debris signature of this storm that's heading towards South Union in Virginia of a sighting of a tornado. We've also had reports, I've been talking about hail that would be golf ball size or bigger than yesterday. In fact, now a report in Vance County, North Carolina of 3-inch diameter hail. So these big hail cores are verifying in terms of the hail reaching the ground. So the leading line of storms had been the one that had been active. It still has 1 tornado warning. Now it's the cold front line that is the most active from south and west of Washington, D.C. Down into the Raleigh area. Here's the storm that's come out of, well, we've done some radar updates, so we're only getting the last frame coming in here. Dorchester, Somerset, and Wacomico counties here in the eastern shores of Maryland. That's the tornado that had come out of the Newport News area, or the tornado warned storm, still might produce a tornado. Severe thunderstorms. Look at the line of thunderstorms coming out of West Virginia into the Frederick, Maryland area. Frederick, Loudoun, and Montgomery counties. That might work its way in the next hour or so with damaging wind threat. Can't totally rule out a tornado across southern Pennsylvania, across Maryland into the Baltimore area. Then down to the south and west of Washington, D.C., tornado warning for Fredericksburg City, as well as counties Culpeper, Spotsylvania, and Stafford counties there with a bow echo that's blasting across the area. It's surging so much that it might be creating enough shear to get rotation for a tornado on its north side. The tornado warning here for Fluvanna, Goochland, and Louisa counties. Again, with we've done some radar updates, and we're only catching the last frame as the radars are updating themselves, the ones we had turned on for these single site radars. Then down to the next storm down the line here, Lunenburg, Nottoway, and Prince Edward counties in Virginia, off to the west of Petersburg with a tornado warning. You can see a bit of a hook echo showing up there. So that one, the tornado getting close to the Deatonville area right now, heading toward the Clementtown area. Let me see if I can do an update on the fly of that one. That would be coming up toward Bologna, the area there, about 5:19 p.m. Then continuing to slide down to the south. This is the storm that has the tornado with it, sighted, as well as Doppler indicated. It is now moved out of North Carolina into Virginia, and we're talking about getting very close to the South Hill area. Brunswick, Lunenburg, and Mecklenburg counties in Virginia with a tornado warning. And this is a storm that is likely to have a golf ball to maybe baseball size hail with that as it moves off toward the north and east. A big donut hole there. I'll try to update this. These storms are moving about 70 miles per hour, so it's hard to keep up with them. This one right now is very close to the Big Fork area, heading up towards South Hill at about 5:08. Meredithville about 5:17. You see some of the other times there in white. Quite a storm. You can just see there in in the past few minutes since I last talked to you how it is moved off toward the north and east and has still rotation. It's a little bit in between the radars, but it's heading close to the South Hill area. That Doppler suggests that there still is some debris showing up with that. Then some good news. We've lost one of the tornado warnings for the storm that had been east of Durham, but Franklin, Granville, and Wake counties have severe thunderstorm warnings on those. That circulation had been heading up toward the Franklinton area, but has not really a strong rotation showing up at this point. Taking a look also, the storm that was down to the south and west of the Raleigh area, now severe warned for as well, no longer tornado warned. Tracking that one, that had been heading toward the McCullers area right around now and Garner at about 5:06, and still do have a tornado warning. Big hail in this one. Look at that lavender or dark purple hail core, Robeson County, with a tornado warning showing up across this area. And all of this being fueled by temperatures. The warm front has gotten all the way up into Virginia, and very strong southerly winds fueling these storms. Let's go back now to Dave and Alex.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. Are we going to check in with Paul Goodloe in Raleigh, North Carolina? All right, let's get out there because storms headed their way.
Storms
we've been saying
close to him. Paul, what's it look like now?
Well, it's kind of strange, Dave. We're getting these big old raindrops start to come down. I look east and I see blue sky, but clouds streaking in from the south. I look west, I see dark clouds. I do see some brightening of the clouds, but definitely some gustier winds are coming in. We are in downtown Raleigh. We're on the edge of this line coming on through here. You mentioned the storms around the Durham area. The good news, they're no longer under a tornado warning, but a big story here in this part of North Carolina is college basketball. You got Duke, you got Wake Forest, you have NC State, you have North Carolina, all within maybe a 35-mile radius, and there's a huge game going on here tonight in Raleigh. NC State is hosting North Carolina, and they're in Chapel Hill, and they were under that tornado warning. You had pictures of people evacuating into the halls that are in class because of the warnings in the area. Even Duke nearby, even their basketball practice was interrupted because of these warnings coming on through here. So in the matter of a couple of hours, we could have tens of thousands of people trying to travel into Raleigh to see this game that tips off at 8 o'clock tonight, and we're still dealing with severe weather. We're under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight, meaning conditions are ripe for seeing severe weather and possibly even tornado-producing thunderstorms as well. And we're also under a severe thunderstorm warning for this county. We're talking about Wake County as well, and that goes until 5:45 local time as more rain starts to come on down here. So again, the driving conditions are not the ideal situation as we head over the next probably hour or so before this line starts to move on through. But even after this line of thunderstorms ends, we still have a concern overnight of some very strong and gusty winds coming through. They can still do some damage. But again, the initial concern is a severe line, which is approaching Raleigh as we speak. We'll have more coming up after your local on the 8s.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 65 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, windy with thunderstorms early, low 33. Thursday, windy with afternoon snow showers, high 40. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes. It is a busy afternoon with a lot of tornado warnings. In fact, in 2 lines we've had earlier today, they were in the eastern line, just one of those in the eastern shores of Maryland. Now the cold frontal line all the way from north central parts of Virginia down into south central parts of North Carolina with all those red tornado warnings. Just about every storm in the line is showing some signs of rotation. As is this one. This one came out of Newport News in Virginia. It's come over to the eastern shore of Maryland, got past the Chesapeake Bay. Dorchester, Somerset, and Wacomico counties with a tornado warning. That's going to go just to the west of Salisbury by the looks of the motion on that particular storm. Severe thunderstorm warnings in the line, blasting their way across toward Frederick, Maryland. Probably might be damaging winds across southern Pennsylvania and from the Pennsylvania Turnpike southward, and that line might get to the Baltimore area. Can't ever rule out a tornado with that kind of a storm. A little kink in the line here just to the north and west of Fredericksburg, Virginia, Culpeper, Spotsylvania, and Stafford counties with a possibility of a tornado in that one rolling. These storms are going 70 miles per hour to the north and east. The next storm down the line also there north and west of Beaver Dam, a kink in the line. So that one is coming across also Spotsylvania and Stafford counties. And then yet again another circulation, Fluvanna, Goochland, and Louisa counties there east of the Fork Union area with a possible tornado. Then farther down the line east of Farmville, we're into still southern parts of Virginia, Amelia, Chesterfield, and Powhatan counties with the tornado warning. That one, tracking that one out, could be coming close to the let me see there, this to Varina. I might have it a little bit to the left there. Somewhere between the Michaud and the Varina areas is the best bet for where this track is going. And then additional tornado warnings getting down. This is the one that has had the hail close to softball size. It's had tornado debris signature as it's come out of North Carolina, Oxford, North Carolina, into now the South Hill area of Virginia. Tornado warning for Brunswick, Lunenburg, and Mecklenburg counties. You can see the hook echo right there. I'll slide this and adjust the track there. There you see the hook, and so you can see where I'm putting the tornado warning, projecting the tornado path up into the area between Bacon's Fork and Cochrane in that 5/18/5/24 time period with a tornado right there under the eye in South Hill. It's gotten into an area where it's a little bit poorer radar coverage, but still a well-defined circulation is showing up at that location. Then down across the border into North Carolina, Vance and Warren counties, just to the south of Henderson. Look at the lavender. It's going to be golf ball size or larger hail in that one. And then down to the south of Raleigh, coming up into the Cumberland, Harnett, and Sampson counties areas out of the area north of Lumberton. That is still tornado warned for Robeson County. Well-defined but tiny, tight tornado circulation. I'll do a little bit of a slide for that one. The hook is right there at the edge of my swath, and so that would be a possibility of a tornado coming toward the, say, the Van Crossroads area at 550. Dangerous storms, a lot of them feeding on this very warm air. The warm front has gotten up into close to the Baltimore, Washington area now, where the temperatures are warmed up to 60. Strong low-level jet. In addition to this instability that's driven by these warm temperatures, driving, damaging winds, and tornadoes that might ultimately get to Philadelphia, maybe overnight, even some chance for New York City. Dave, Alex?
Thank you, Dr. Forbes. In addition to the wind generated by these severe thunderstorms, there is a lot of wind generated in the large scale between high pressure here and low pressure over southwest Ohio. Here in Chicago, boy, the flags are just out straight. Or at least they were. Actually, it is snowing in Chicago. I'm not sure quite what we're looking at there, but we've got over 1,000 flight delays in Chicago. And in nearby Gary, Indiana, the wind is blowing, snowing, and the wind is gusting to 62 miles an hour. Wind advisories all the way up to Boston. Winds will pick up there later tonight.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with gusty winds, low 33. Thursday, cloudy with gusty winds, high 40. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday night, variable clouds with snow showers, low 26. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm severe weather expert Dr. Greg Forbes here with a tornado update. It's very busy. We again have two lines of storms that have tornadoes in them. That's what we had earlier today. One of them's in the eastern banks of Maryland, the other over there in the eastern part of North Carolina, and then all sorts of tornado warnings in red here in what will be the cold frontal line that's coming across from north central Virginia down into south central parts of North Carolina. Let's take a look at these storms. The storm rolling now up into the area just to the west of Salisbury in Maryland with a possible tornado there. You see Dorchester, Somerset, and Wacomico counties, a possible tornado. That storm came out of the Newport News area in Virginia earlier. Then up into farther to the east in North Carolina, and that leading eastern line around the Bath, North Carolina area, Beaufort, Outer Banks, Hyde, and Washington counties with tornado warning. Small storm, but some rotation in that. Then going to the north end of the western line, the cold front line, up into Frederick, Maryland, severe thunderstorm warning there. That line of thunderstorms goes all the way up into southern Pennsylvania. Could be some strong damaging winds there. And the next couple of hours, that could roll into Baltimore, Maryland. Washington, D.C., you can see down near Manassas, a bow echo that could head into you the next hour or so. And then tornado warning in this part of the line for the Prince William, Spotsylvania, and Stafford counties. Tracking that, that could come up toward the Clifton area, not too far south and west of the Washington, D.C. area. There's a bow echo with a possible tornado in the circulation of that, Spotsylvania and Stafford counties. That will be heading toward the Fredericksburg, Virginia area. Then a little bit farther to the south in Virginia, heading toward the Richmond area. Look at the little hook right in there. Amelia, Chesterfield, and Powhatan counties with a tornado warning. Tracking that one out, could go to Holly Grove, might turn a little bit right and go closer to the northwest suburbs of Richmond. Then down still, this is the storm that has had big hail, had a confirmed tornado with that. Brunswick, Dinwiddie, and Nottoway counties. Now it's gone north and east to South Hill, right around the Dundas area, heading toward McKinney about 5:33. It seems to have weakened in terms of its radar circulation. Sometimes that is because it's gotten farther away from radars. Then into the Henderson area of North Carolina, Vance and Warren counties. There's been some reports of a tornado with this one and some very large hail with this one as well. Then down to the south of Raleigh in Cumberland, Harnett, and Sampson counties, as well as down into Robeson County. It's just coming out of there. Well-defined, a little bit smaller hook echo showing up on this one right there near the St. Paul's area, heading toward Van Crossroads area. Let me see if I can pull up the storm velocities on this one and to take a look at that particular one. I'll zoom in. Very well-defined rotation signature showing up here on this particular storm. You could see the yellows and greens going northeast bound, the reds and blues, a little bit of radar blockage showing up here. Let me see if I can get one more feature here to see if we have a debris signature shows up on this. Bear with me while I do this on the fly. It's live television, folks. Some suggestion it's a little bit spotty in there. The jury, I think, is still out as to whether we have a debris signature, but there has been some reports in Twitter that there's been a tornado with this storm. So a very busy day, still tapping into these across North Carolina and Virginia. The southerly winds and very warm temperatures fueling the threat continuing for tornadoes and spreading farther north in the mid-Atlantic. Dave and Alex?
That's right, Dr. Forrest. We've got to look at the current watches that are in effect till 7 o'clock for the Carolinas.
Yeah, and then up into parts of the mid-Atlantic and northeast, even southeast Pennsylvania and to South Jersey as well.
Right, till 11 o'clock tonight, so you're going to have to be heads up. And in Washington, D.C., now is the time to get the kids inside. Yeah. It's nice and mild outside, but those storms are getting a little close. We'll be
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with gusty winds, low 33. Thursday, cloudy with gusty winds, high 40. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday night, variable clouds with snow showers, low 26. Here's Here's our 7-day outlook.
Closed captioning brought to you by California Walnuts. What makes this the best simple dinner ever? Great tasting, heart-healthy California walnuts. So simple. Get the recipes at walnuts.org.
Breaking now, Virginia State Police now confirmed 3 people lost their lives in Waverly, Virginia today. These pictures from Michael Campbell of a local newspaper. They show you some of the damage that occurred in the community of Waverly. Look at this, huh? The car battered. Officials say at least 5 structures in the town also suffered damage. It is 1:30 on another very busy and severe, unfortunately, weather day here at the Weather Channel. I'm Dave Schwartz.
And I'm Alex Wilson. As you said, very busy afternoon now. Washington, D.C. Getting ready to get in on the mix. And the National Weather Service out of the D.C. area has been warning about the afternoon commute. You know, it's post 5 o'clock there.
Yeah,
people
5:30.
are out there on the roads, and these storms are headed their way.
Yep, we got to get in, and we have to get inside. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, and that includes the District of Columbia. Visibility around the White House is good, but these storms are moving in from the west, D.C. and also Charles County, Maryland. Severe thunderstorm warning. Moving in actually from the south and the west, these thunderstorms. There they are.
Let's get a look at more expert analysis with our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes.
Thanks, Alex. And indeed, in the midst of my presentation here, I have it timed out what time the storm should arrive into Washington, D.C. Not out of the question there could be a tornado in the D.C. metro area either. Right now, the official tornado warnings are over into the Delmarva Peninsula, eastern North Carolina, in one previous line, and then a big line of thunderstorms from southwest of Washington, D.C. down into central southeast North Carolina, with all sorts of tornado warnings in that. Over into the east, the Delmarva Peninsula, tornado warning has just been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning up around the Georgetown area. We're talking about Sussex County in Delaware now with that particular storm. That is one that came out of the Newport News area. Over in eastern North Carolina, north and east of the Bath area now, still Beaufort, Outer Banks of Hyde, and Washington counties with a tornado warning. And then taking a radar tour of the big line of thunderstorms with the cold front. Embedded little bow echoes there west of Gettysburg in Pennsylvania, heading toward Harrisburg, and then across Frederick, Maryland. You can see that whole line of storms is going to march across Pennsylvania, across Maryland, probably into Baltimore an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. Washington, D.C., that line of thunderstorms with a bow shape to it coming right up toward Washington, D.C. Fredericksburg, Maryland, then a little bit farther, Fredericksburg, Virginia, a little bit farther to the south, has a tornado warning in that. And tracking that part of the line, this bow echo with some embedded circulation coming right up into Washington, D.C. about 5:47 p.m. Damaging winds and some chance of a tornado spinning itself up within that line. That whole line then is tornado warned down across Spotsylvania and Stafford counties down into, look at that little kink there around the Fredericksburg, Virginia area. So I've tracked that one out. Right near Chancellor right now, if it would get a tornado, would come up toward the Indian Head area around 5:56. To the south, this line of thunderstorms down to the west of Richmond, Goochland, Henrico, and Powhatan counties with tornado warnings. That would come up toward just the north side of Richmond, Windham there, about 5:44 p.m. Then, this is a storm that has had a tornado debris signature, has had tornado big hail, still a donut hole south and east of Blackstone. Right there, can you see it? Brunswick, Dinwiddie, and Nottoway counties with a tornado warning. That would be in the Darville's Rocky Run area, very
All right, we lost Dr. Forbes' mic, so we're going to walk you through these other storms. Warren County here in the state of North Carolina under a tornado warning. Macon, Norlena, Warrenton. These are some of the cities in the path of this storm. So really just off on the north side of Warrenton at this point, and large hail as well.
Absolutely. This is serious business, my friends. That's north central North Carolina. Now we got a tornado emergency in Fayetteville, North Carolina, right on Interstate 95. That's south of Raleigh. There it is, the tornado warning for Cumberland, Harnett, and Sampson counties, including Fayetteville, Hope Mills, and Dunn. The safest thing to do, get inside and inside of a brick structure if you can. don't be in your car in a situation like this. You want to be in a building, and you want to be in the lowest floor possible, preferably underground.
This is moving really quick. Spotters have confirmed a tornado on the ground. It is moving 65 miles an hour to the northeast. So this is highway speed in addition to a tornado, which again has been confirmed on the ground.
9 miles north of Jerome as of about 5 minutes ago. Right. So it's moving northeast of Jerome.
Could also see hail up to golf ball size. But this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. So tornado emergencies. These are reserved for the worst of the worst, when they know there's a tornado and they know where it's headed.
Let's get out of the studio and on the ground. We're going to bring in Dave.
I think it's Dawn Eicher
with the Virginia Emergency Management Agency. Dawn, thanks for joining us, and tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
Well, we've had some reported damage in Waverly along Route 40 in that area, and then also in Appomattox County. And in Waverly, there is some damage. There's quite a bit of debris along the roadways. Route 460 and Route 40 are impassable right now because of debris and road flooding.
Now, 460 is a main route, isn't it, from Petersburg down to Norfolk?
Yes, it is. So there are parts of Route 460 that are impassable.
And now we watch for that threat to move up into the northern part of the state around the D.C. metro area. How are your crews, is your agency preparing for any possible damage up that way?
Well, and as you know, the D.C., Northern Virginia area, this time of day, there are a lot of people out on the roadways. So we're doing our best to tell people to stay put if they can while this storm comes through. This is a very serious storm. There are tornado warnings out there right now, so people need to take cover, and they need to be prepared to go to a sturdy building. Inside your car is not a safe place to be during a tornado.
Absolutely right. We understand that 3 people lost their lives in Waverly, Virginia this afternoon. Do you have anything else to add to that? Were there other people injured, for example?
I don't have any further information about the fatalities or any injuries right now, but yeah, that is a very serious situation out there in Waverly, and no more official information about whether or not that was the tornado, or whether or not it was a confirmed tornado. We don't have that just yet.
Got it.
We're still in response mode here in Virginia.
From where are you speaking to us tonight, Miss Eichen?
Well, I'm in Virginia Beach right now, so I'm at a conference that a lot of fire department folks are at, so we're all watching this very intently.
I'll bet you are, and there's the threat of severe weather later tonight in Virginia Beach, so we want you to be heads up.
Yeah, and looking at the Wakefield area, I know just off to the northwest of Wakefield is where this town of Waverly is, where there's already been that likely tornado and 3 deaths. And off to your west, we've just got tornado warnings lined up. Have you been in communication with any of your crews who are there? Because more storms are headed their way.
Yeah, and really at this point it's a local response. The localities are doing a great job in getting out there, getting their crews out there to get the debris out of the road, to help people to get to where they need to go safely. So we're at this point the state is just assisting as needed.
Well, thank you so much, Dawn Eichen. We really appreciate your help, and we want you to stay safe. I want you to know where to go in that hotel. You're at a conference. Know where to go if severe winds start, breaking windows out, which is a possibility later on tonight, Norfolk and Virginia Beach.
Yeah, we got big problems headed towards the Washington, D.C. area with severe storms rolling in. And again, down near Waverly, Virginia, where we've already likely had a tornado today, damage, 3 confirmed fatalities. Those storms are lining up off to your west. Tornado warnings all the way from west of Richmond, really northwest of Richmond, all the way down into parts of North Carolina. We'll be back with more on these storms after the break.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 62 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with gusty winds, low 33. Thursday, cloudy with gusty winds, high 40. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday night, variable clouds with snow showers, low 26. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Raleigh, North Carolina, dealing with storms rolling through. We've got pea-sized hail and plenty of lightning, and that has forced our crews inside.
That's right. We've been talking to Paul Goodlow all afternoon. He's lived a charmed life, but now the storms have finally moved in. And Paul, you've taken safe haven in the Weather Channel Storm Chaser.
Yeah, in fact, I think rule number one of being a meteorologist in the field is do not get struck by lightning because it's kind of bad for business, and there's no safe place outdoors. We thought about going in an overhang. I'm like, tell my crew, like, no, it's not safe. We need to be inside a building or inside a metal-roofed vehicle like this truck we're in right now. That's the safest place for you versus being outside and being exposed to it. And we saw a heavy batch of rain come through here with some pea-sized hail and very heavy rain with some gusty winds. We're seeing yet another line of thunderstorms coming on through here. In fact, we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning for this area of North Carolina. Here in Raleigh, we have Durham, Franklin, Granville, Harnett, Vance, Wake, and Warren counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. And then just north of us, there's another tornado warning now for portions Franklin, Vance, Wake, and Warren County, and that goes until 6:30 local time. And I know there's a big basketball game, college basketball game, thousands of people will be coming to tonight here in Raleigh for NC State versus North Carolina, which was just down the road in Chapel Hill.
Question for you, where in Raleigh are you? Are you under the tornado warning, or are you west of the area?
I am just south of the tornado warning, which is pretty much in almost smack dab of downtown Raleigh.
Right.
So that warning, I guess maybe it's my luck. We had a warning south of us, moved over us without being extended, and then continued north of us. So right here in downtown, we definitely should play the lotto because we got lucky not having that warning or not having the rotating part of that thunderstorm that rolled right through us. So we were definitely a bit on the edge of the heavy rain and some blue skies. So we definitely have been lucky so far. And again, just the west of us, where Chapel Hill and UNC, they went through tornado warnings. They went through some evacuations. They have the all clear now. Doesn't mean they still can't find some thunderstorms and some gusty winds. That is still going to be the issue throughout the night. And also, we still have we are under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. So we can still see severe thunderstorms, and those can quickly produce tornadoes. So don't just think, oh, I'm just under a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, that everything is okay. That is still a lot of danger with that as well. And those severe thunderstorms are the ones that produce tornadoes. And we've had multiple reports of rotation and even funnel clouds, even up towards the Durham area earlier this afternoon. So we are still not out of it as another batch of heavy rain comes through. I can hear it on the roof of the truck here. So we are definitely concerned in this part of the triangle area that they call it, the Durham, the Raleigh area, even Wake Forest now. And they're actually under the tornado warning, which has been issued for just north of here in Wake County. So yeah, we are far from being in the all clear. We'll see more waves of thunderstorms coming on through. And I was saying before, the big concern is the North Carolina State versus North Carolina game, basketball game. It tips off at 8 o'clock tonight. Tens of thousands of people trying to get into Raleigh to see that game, and they're dealing with kind of bands of showers and thunderstorms, even severe weather coming on through here. So it's going to be difficult and challenging, to say the least. If you missed the first half of the game, if you're safe, I'm okay with that. You know, there'll be other college basketball games, but the big concern is keeping people safe in this part of North Carolina.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I know college basketball is king there in the state of North Carolina, so people really want to make every effort to get there, but you got to be safe, and this is not the kind of weather you want to be out on the roads in if you're traveling from a spot off to the east.
For sure, and you know, even right now we're starting to see, even go through the front windshield, you can see areas of blue sky, and I think that is really, you know, we can call it a sucker hole. It kind of confuses people. They go, oh, hey, it's all over. But we saw that for a couple of hours this afternoon after seeing some heavy rain this morning, and then we got hit with 2 bands of pretty heavy rain, even with some hail coming down as well. So again, this just shows some sunshine coming through to help destabilize the atmosphere. So we're not quite done. I haven't checked the dew points as of late. I know areas west of here in Charlotte, they went through a line of very strong and severe thunderstorms. They were under warnings as well. And once their dew point dropped, they were in a safer zone. They still have the gusty winds they're concerned about even through this evening. But we're really concerned right now with the imminent threat of the damaging winds embedded with these heavy thunderstorms and possible tornadoes. Again, the tornado watch goes until 7 o'clock tonight, and the latest severe thunderstorm warning goes for another 43 minutes or so to about the bottom of the next hour, 6:30 local time. And we still have that tornado warning that goes on until 6:30 as well. So we definitely are concerned with people seeing some blue sky, thinking it's all safe, and perhaps getting caught in the road with the next line of thunderstorms coming through, and some of those can still produce tornadoes, guys. So definitely we'll keep watch here from Raleigh, North Carolina. Guys?
Yeah, Paul, we're just checking the radar, and it looks like the last in this line of thunder showers is blowing through northeast Raleigh right now and leaving the Raleigh-Durham metropolitan area, and there's nothing behind it. All the activity behind this one is southward and down toward Cumberland County and then into Fayetteville, North Carolina. So this may be it for severe weather here in the Raleigh metro area. So you guys may be fortunate tonight.
Dave, it sounds good, but I'm also looking at the radar as well and seeing another line pop up right around Apex, North Carolina, which is kind of to the west-southwest of us, and it looks like that line also will come through Raleigh unless it magically disappears. So that's the concern. You see some blue sky. It's going to help energize, more uplift in the atmosphere to give you more clouds, more showers and thunderstorms with the kind of low-level jets screaming through here as well. Some of those stronger winds get caught in those storms and downdrafts and then get transported down to the ground. So they can be just as dangerous and cause as much damage, maybe even deaths, as even tornadoes as well. So I don't think we're quite out of the woods yet here looking at the radar on my phone, but it's hopefully in the near future. But right now, that other line looks pretty nasty. Even some lightning already being reported with that line. So I wish that was the case, but I don't think we're in the all clear just yet here across this triangle area. Dave?
All right. Better safe than sorry. Thanks so much, Paul. Stay safe there. We'll check back with you.
And a good point about the damaging winds as we send things back out to the lab with our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. These storms are capable not just of producing tornadoes, but capable of producing some very, very strong winds that could prove deadly, taking down trees very easily.
Yeah, indeed. I think that probably will be the main threat coming across Pennsylvania. Will be damaging winds, probably into Maryland as well. But we do have tornado warnings now all the way from southwest to Washington, D.C., down all the way to the South Carolina, North Carolina border, including a tornado that is stormed there east of Fayetteville in North Carolina that has had a tornado with that. And we do have a tornado warning for Raleigh, North Carolina. So I'm going to have to update these on the fly. As we were talking there, at 70 miles per hour, the storms have moved out of a lot of where I had projected them to be. But you can see here the storm now moving just to the northeast side of downtown Raleigh. Still a tornado warning for Franklin, Vance, and Wake counties. And tracking that, I'll have to redo the tracks on every one of these. And that takes a little bit of time because I have to get the mouse activated. But basically, we're talking about the area right there, coming up toward the Rainer area at about 6:04 p.m. Then we'll go back and go up into the north end of that line, and severe thunderstorms with damaging winds blasting across the Gettysburg area now, Adams and York counties. And that line comes down into Frederick, Maryland. So severe thunderstorm warnings for many counties there, including the Baltimore metro area, as well as including now with that line of thunderstorms coming right into the west side of Washington, D.C. As well as Arlington and Fairfax counties with severe thunderstorm warnings for damaging winds coming across that area. Timing this one, tracking this, you can see the storms right out near Dulles International Airport at this time, and tracking this one. I think I had that to track out. It's not tracking. Let me see if I can make this advance. There we go. Let me see if I can adjust my tracking on this one. So right about like that, coming into Washington, D.C. within a matter of minutes, 5:57 for downtown Washington. Then as we slide down, you see the storms around the Fredericksburg, Maryland area. Some of those, Fredericksburg, Virginia, that storm will be heading up toward Mount Vernon. the additional tornado warnings then coming across Carrollton, Hanover, Louisa counties. Then additional tornado warnings continuing down into the areas north and west of Richland, Goochland, Hanover, Henrico counties. Then down to the south and west of Richland, Amelia, Chesterfield, and Dinwiddie counties with tornado warnings. Big hail also likely of that could come into the south suburbs of the Richmond area. This is the storm that actually had been in North Carolina. Oxford, North Carolina is coming up now northwest of Petersburg. Look at the hook echo on this one, west of Emporia in Virginia. Brunswick, Dinwiddie, and Greensville counties with tornado warnings. That one is a well-defined hook echo on that one. Let me see if I can readjust the time track on this one. That coming up toward the West Hope area at about 6:22 p.m. Tracking then along, we have tornado warnings scooting 70-75 miles per hour, Franklin, Vance, and Warren counties off to the north and east of some of my graphics have gotten out of place there. Off to the north and east of the Wake Forest area. Cumberland and Sampson counties, this is the one that has had a large tornado with that. There's the circulation right there. It has gotten well off to the north and east, so I'll have to do a little bit of readjusting on that one. There's the circulation coming right there. Goldsboro at about 6:18 p.m. as that storm has very strong rotation showing up on that right now around the Vans Crossroads. So blues northbound, reds southbound, a dangerous tornado around Vans Crossroads areas. All of these storms tapping into extremely warm temperatures. The warm front getting close to Atlantic City, 70-degree temperatures and winds at 5,000 feet that are 85 miles per hour, allowing for the possibility of tornadoes and very likelihood of additional tornadoes, maybe even pushing into New Jersey, Delaware, eastern Pennsylvania, maybe overnight or in later tonight, even some threat of a damaging wind gust up into New York City. Dave, Alex?
Thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. And you know, these thunderstorms can produce damaging winds. We've already seen pictures of that and reports of that. But this storm itself, which is what, 1,200 miles wide, is so strong. The center of the low right here over Ohio, that alone is getting the winds blowing over a tremendous area. From the
wind advisories across the board.
From South Dakota to Boston.
Yeah.
That's how far. Winds have been gusting over 60 miles an hour at Gary, Indiana.
It's been a miserable day there, along with snow.
Unbelievable. Now, the winds are going to die down here some tonight in Chicago.
That is some good news because those winds have been ripping. You know, late last week, we had the winds a huge issue around the Chicago area. And then again today, those winds have been strong. Gusting between 40 and 50 miles an hour, but notice by the late evening hours, we're going to get down between 30 and 40 miles per hour.
That's going to help.
Not easy peasy, but better.
That'll help dry out the roads today. We got a little snow here today. That'll dry things out for sure for tomorrow morning.
All right, let's get a look at the forecast wind gusts. You can see 40 to 50 miles an hour also for Alpena, Green Bay 30 to 40 miles an hour. We take you up to Washington, D.C. as you look from the monument out over the mall, and you can see some raindrops on the lens, some lightning there. We've got storms rolling through the D.C. metro area, making it a really tricky one for all those folks trying to get home this evening from work.
Yep, we want everybody inside. It was in the 60s today in Washington. Lots of folks outside without jackets, kids playing. Everybody inside now as these thunderstorms head toward us from the south, moving from south to north. There they come, moving in on the west side up in Montgomery County. So Wisconsin Avenue, Connecticut Avenue will be getting wet, but very gusty winds on the leading edge of this thing.
Yeah, you can see that line kind of taking that backward C shape, indicative of the strong winds behind that. Could some really heavy rainfall rates as well. Plenty of lightning working through the D.C. area, places like Falls Church as well. Want to head back down into North Carolina. Fayetteville earlier was under a tornado emergency. We want to check in with the storm tracker, Brendan Cope. And Brandon, what have you seen in the area?
I haven't seen much up until now. Right now I'm in Newton Grove, and it appears I've got a large, essentially wedge tornado partially wrapped in rain to my south. It's probably a good 2 or 3 miles to the south at least, but I can definitely tell that the rain bands down there are rotating heavily, and it looks like it might just hit this town head on.
So you're saying that that's what we're looking at in the distance? There's a wedge tornado out there?
The stream, if you guys have the stream up right now, it's pointed to the wrong direction. It's actually to the left of the screen.
Can you turn the camera so we can see what you're seeing?
Actually, hold on one second. Let me pull up, and you might be able to get a better look at it.
Okay.
I'll turn in the camera a little bit.
So a report of a wedge tornado headed toward Fayetteville, North Carolina, according to Storm
And let's
Tracker.
see if we can get the radar up as well.
Newton Grove.
There we go. Headed towards the Newton Grove area, and there is in fact a tornado warning for that area. We are going to talk to him coming up on Weather Underground. That's going to begin in 60 seconds. But right now, according to storm trackers out there in the field, a wedge tornado headed toward the Newton Grove area. Stay with us.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 60 degrees under cloud skies. Tonight, cloudy with gusty winds, low 33. Thursday, cloudy with gusty winds, high 40. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday night, variable clouds with snow showers, low 26. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You are looking live at Storm Chasers in Newton Grove, North Carolina. This north of Raleigh is the storm's potentially producing large wedge tornado. We're following this very closely for you tonight on Weather Underground, bringing you extended coverage. As soon as anything happens on these live streams, we of course will bring it directly to you. But the storm chaser behind that lens saying in the distance 2 to 3 miles away is a rain-wrapped wedge tornado. Welcome everyone to Weather Underground. I'm Mike Best. Let's get you right to the action and show you what's happening. Carl Parker has the very latest now from the lab. Carl.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And we'll take a look at what's going on with that storm that is in North Carolina. Very well-developed hook echo now coming across the southern part of the state. So there's a warning now for Johnston and Wayne counties. Here is a look at the radar picture, and we'll go over to the velocity data and zoom in. So that is now right on top of Newton Grove and just east of Interstate 40. Very rapidly now moving northeast, 65 to 70 miles per hour. The next towns possibly in the path of this storm, Bentonville, maybe the north side of Grantham as well. We can also take a look at whether or not there's any debris signature, and we continue to see evidence that there is in fact debris. So again, a large wedge tornado spotted here around Newton Grove, and next targets for this storm are going to be just to the northeast up towards Bentonville. So please get to your safe place immediately there in Bentonville, as well as Princeton and all along Highway 70 there. And we've got a bunch of warnings to tell you about. To the north of that, this is now just northeast of Raleigh, Franklin, Vance, and Warren counties under warning. This is going until 6:30 Eastern time, and we'll look at the velocity data, seeing a couplet there showing up not real well, but there is one right along 401, so watch out in Lewisburg, maybe in Bunn as well. To the north of that, yet another tornado warning, Franklin, Vance, and Warren counties. This is going till 6:30, and these storms have been racing along, generally moving at 60 to 70 miles per hour to the northeast. Unfortunately, this storm in the range folding there, but we are getting some data right in there. There is the couplet. That is the circulation. That is going to be headed towards Littleton. So in Littleton, far northern parts of North Carolina, please take cover immediately as you've got a very dangerous storm coming your way. Now up into Virginia. Here is Brunswick, Dinwiddie, and Greensville counties. This is another warning going until 6:15. Very well-developed hook echo that is now sitting on top of Lawrenceville. We'll go ahead and take a look at the velocity data in this case, and that's now right along 58. A little difficult to see right in there, but that is it. And this is again along 58, and we'll be rapidly moving northeast. We'll take a look and see if there's any evidence of debris, and there does appear to be some evidence of debris in that case as well. Just got a brand new scan again on that storm, and a very dangerous storm here. Actually could be a couple of circulations, but that is now just east of Lawrenceville and will be headed up towards Route 40. Then to the north of that, yet another rotating storm that is now coming into Chester. This is just north of Petersburg, and it's going to be moving into the southeast side of Richmond. Again, you see that appendage right in here. We'll look at the velocity data and a very well-defined velocity couplet that is now just south of Richmond, getting towards Varina. It's now on top of Bellwood, and it's going to be moving into Varina in very short order. Again, moving northeast generally, right along 64 there, and perhaps eventually towards Highland Springs as well. Dangerous storm here, and here too we are seeing evidence of debris right in there. So we've got another radar confirmation of a tornado, and this is just south of Richmond, and it will be moving across the southeast side of Metro Richmond, coming across Varina and into Highland Springs and across 64. Then to the north of that, yet another tornado warning, Caroline, Hanover counties. This is going until 6:15. Again, we'll look at the velocity data and seeing a couplet in there. Certainly we've got a little bit of an issue with the radar data, but right in there, that's right along 95, and that is going to be headed towards Bowling Green, coming right down Route 207 there. So please take cover immediately in Bowling Green. And then finally up into the DC metro area, we're seeing storms bowing out. So we've got a whole series of severe thunderstorm warnings, including the district in Alexandria. I'll go ahead and take a look at the radar data and take all the warnings off. And so you've got this big, long line of storms that's now coming right into downtown D.C. It's just come through northwest D.C., coming across the Beltway right now through Montgomery County, getting over into Wheaton, Maryland, not very far away from Silver Spring right now. And then that line continues up towards Interstate 70, just getting ready to come into Howard County and Columbia, Maryland, and will be overspreading Baltimore, Maryland as well. There certainly could be circulations developing within this line. Right now, it's more of a straight line wind threat there in D.C., but because you've got such shear in the atmosphere, there is potential for some circulations developing as well. And there's a live look. We're going to take a live look now at Washington, D.C., and we're looking at, I believe, the White House. Wow, so it is really coming down there. You could easily see winds of 60 miles per hour or stronger. And again, it's entirely possible that we'll see some small circulations developing within this line. So we'll watch for that very carefully. But an awful lot going on here, and it's going to continue to be quite active for some time to come. Mike, over to you.
All right. All right, Carl, thank you very much. I want you to stay put right there, Carl, because looking at your screen right now, we have a storm chaser, Brandon Kopic, with us right now, reporting large wedge tornado near Newton Grove, North Carolina. This is in eastern North Carolina, right between Fayetteville and Greenville, North Carolina. Brandon, are you with us? What can you tell us?
I'm still here, Mike. It's right now, it appears, from what I can tell, it may have lifted right in front of us just a couple minutes ago in between the two shows. Right now, it doesn't look that good right now. It looks like it may have dissipated completely. Like, I don't see much of a mezzo right now in front of us, but it was heavily rain-wrapped. We're actually going to turn around here in a moment and go back south because it appears that it might have been a handoff because there's a new circulation that's popped up on radar near Spivey's Corner. We did not actually see any damage in the town of Newton Grove either. It looks like it lifted on the north side of town.
When you had seen this initially, you said it was maybe 2-3 miles from where you were and potentially rain-wrapped. You know, in your experience in chasing these, how dangerous can that be? And how many towns are in harm's way where you are? Is it densely populated or relatively rural?
Well, I guess I'd say it seems like it's a rural area, but there are a lot of little towns. So it's not a mass population, but you have a couple of towns in the area that are just a couple thousand. But it's just a very dangerous situation overall. It's not something I felt safe about. We actually were going away from the tornado when we first saw it, and a state trooper turned around, activated their lights, and was actually doing a traffic stop on somebody for speeding. And I turned around, caught back up to that trooper, and I said, look, there's a large tornado right here. You need to get to safety. And she whipped around and followed behind us and got out of the path.
Brandon, have you noticed, you know, a lot of these storms, it seems like they've spun up tornadoes, then maybe they gust out, and then they recycle again. Have you noticed that today?
Yeah, it seems like it's been a lot of recycling. They haven't been persistent. Most storms usually are, by the way it's looking, it's just they've been dropping one, dying out, and then maybe they'll pop another one. But it seems like the second cycle of it has been the more intense one. As we saw near the Raleigh-Durham area, we intercepted the storm that actually produced a tornado near Oxford. The first cycle was down near Durham, and then when it got up near Oxford, it actually produced a quite potent tornado, of what I was told.
Brandon, so what we're seeing on your stream out your windshield here, the ominous skies kind of left side of your screen there, is that the dissipating storm that you were tracking?
Yes, that's the what had the tornado on it. It seems like it's, I want to say it's dissipating, but it might just be recycling, because I'm looking up right now in front of us, and it looks like there's plenty of inflow going into this storm, so I don't think it's going to be dying anytime soon.
Yeah, and a lot of these have done that over the last 2 days, where they've spun up a tornado, then they'll weaken, and then they'll spin up another tornado. We've seen that happen time and time again. Not all that uncommon with these. So your plan of action, though, now is potentially abandon that chase and head farther south now?
Yeah, we're actually probably, once I can find a good road to turn around on, going to head back towards Newton Grove, because velocities are actually looking like Newton Grove might actually get hit on this next circulation.
All right, Brandon, we appreciate you being with us this evening. We know you've got a busy evening, that's for sure. We've got a lot of storms that we're covering for you tonight, including storms that have hit around Raleigh, North Carolina, storms that are hitting around Washington, D.C. tonight as well. So we actually have Paul Goodlow, who is in Raleigh, North Carolina, but he's taking cover because of lightning. So a smart thing to do is be in your car, Paul. We've seen the skies just light up in eastern North Carolina today.
Yeah, in fact, we were under a tornado warning earlier. That has been canceled for this part of Raleigh, but not for all of Wake County. Still portions of Durham and Wake counties under a tornado warning for the next, actually, it's Bladen and Robeson County, as well as Cumberland and Sampson counties. Franklin, Vance, Wake, and Warren counties still under tornado warnings till 21 minutes. So we have until 6:30 local time, but also locally we do have the severe thunderstorm warning, because there's another line coming in from the west pretty quickly, and there's lightning with that line as well. Hence we had to retreat into the safety of our crew vehicle here just to be safe as well. So let me talk about the whole day, how that unfolded. Last night temperatures were cool getting in here in the mid-40s temperature-wise. This morning temperatures shot up to the 60s. We had some sunshine after some rain showers this morning, got us to the low 70s, and that has helped fuel a lot of these thunderstorms. And as you may or may not know, North Carolina, a huge college basketball state. Within Raleigh, within 35 miles, we have Wake Forest, we have NC State, we have Duke, and we have North Carolina. Here in Raleigh, coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, it's supposed to be a game between NC State and North Carolina here in Raleigh. And we're talking tens of thousands of people trying to get on the road to travel to that game, and we're in the midst of all this. We're still under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight, and we've seen numerous tornado warnings, some reports of funnel clouds even up towards the Durham area. And we had looking on Twitter, seeing tweets of the Duke basketball players having to evacuate the gym into some of the hallways because they were under tornado warnings this afternoon. So far, there's been an all clear given for the UNC Chapel Hill campus, but we're still watching yet another line of thunderstorms coming on through here. So it is by far not over at all in terms of this area of North Carolina. And again, we're dealing with some heavy rain. We had some pea-sized hail come through. At the time, we had the tornado warning just about a half hour ago here in the Raleigh area. Again, that cell is still possibly showing some rotation as it's rapidly move on to the northeast of here. Again, these lines of thunderstorms are traveling between 50 and 70 miles per hour. So another big concern is just the overall damaging winds with these thunderstorms through here. Even if you don't get the tornado, you can still have damaging winds ahead, along, even behind the lines of rain showers and thunderstorms. And we're getting a good downpour of rain right now. So again, even after the initial line comes through, the rain might end. You're still not done in terms of the danger of winds from this system in this part of North Carolina. Mike, back to you.
Great. Glad you're safe in the car there tonight, Paul, but a lot of people probably on the roads tonight, and the storms are right overhead. Paul, thank you very much. We know we have violent storms tonight in Baltimore, in Washington, D.C. Let's take you to the Capitol right now. We've had a lot of lightning with these storms, severe thunderstorm warnings in Baltimore, in D.C. A tornado warning, by the way, currently in Richmond, Virginia. Take a look right now at the White House. I believe we have a camera there as well. It has been a really tough. Visibility is a lot better than it was maybe just 5-6 minutes ago. So maybe the worst of the rain is past there, but you can see the American flag is whipping in the wind this evening. All right, let's get you up to date on what's going on in Richmond, Virginia. We have a tornado warning in effect right now for the metro. A lot of cars on the roadway. You take a look at the traffic cams this evening. Let's update you on Baltimore and Washington, D.C. and Richmond. Carl Parker has the latest on the radar in the lab.
Mike, thank you. And a very dangerous storm now in the eastern part of the Richmond metro area. It's rapidly moving northeast, and it's on the east side, so it's going to be pulling away from Richmond. This is Richmond now under tornado warning. Notice this really well-defined hook echo that is very close to the intersection of 295 and 64 right in there. We'll look at the velocity data. Very, very well-defined rotational couplet there. And in fact, it looks like there is a tornado vortex signature within that. In fact, we'll zoom in just a little bit, get a better look at this. And this is now very close to Highland Springs. So right in there, you've got strong rotation. And we've been looking also at evidence of debris along with this. And yes, sure enough, there is a clear-cut evidence of debris. So that is now going to be passing again right over the intersection of 64 and 295 on the east side of Richmond, rapidly moving to the northeast. In fact, it's probably a little ahead of this because these scans are just a few minutes old, and these storms are moving so rapidly, about 60 to 70 miles per hour in general. So we'll go back to the velocity mode and show you exactly where this thing is going to be headed. And again, it's going to be getting away from the Richmond area, but I fear that the southeast side of the metro here has been hit very, very hard by a tornado. We've been looking at a debris signature for a long time here in the Richmond metro. Now we'll take you to the north and show you what's going on in D.C. and also in Baltimore. You notice that storms are surging forward right around the I-70 corridor, coming also into 29 and into 95. Still some threat also for wind to the south of that. We can take a look at the velocity data, which can actually help us out in terms of figuring out where the strong wind is. And you can see that quite clearly now coming right across Montgomery County, getting ready to come into PG County, again across 95 and into Howard County as well. So it looks like we've got some winds of 60, maybe 70 miles per hour here, and that's going to be enveloping the Baltimore metro area and Anne Arundel County before very long as that continues to move east. So we've got mostly now straight line wind threat with these storms, but there may yet be some circulations developing within them as they continue to rapidly move to the east. Mike, over to you.
All right, Carl, thank you very much. Obviously a unfolding situation this evening. We're going to take you back to North Carolina here in just a moment, taking a live look at Chaser Cam in Newton Grove, North Carolina. This outside of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Tornado warned storm. We have a rotation being indicated on the radar. We're going to check in with this gentleman right here, Brandon Kopic, and ask him what he's seeing on the ground. Our continuing coverage of severe weather outbreak across the east comes back in just a couple of minutes.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 58 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with gusty winds, low 33. Thursday, cloudy with gusty winds, high 40. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Violent weather in Virginia tonight, including near Richmond, Virginia, an ongoing tornado east side of town. You can see some of the traffic cams this evening showing some areas where we have traffic on the ground and somewhere there's virtually no one on the road. We also have an ongoing threat in Washington, D.C. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But first things first, this tornado in Richmond. Carl Parker has the very latest from the lab tonight.
Mike, thank you. And still a very dangerous storm now in parts of southeast Virginia. There's a new warning for this cell. Essex, King William, and King and Queen counties going until 7 p.m. With all of these cells, the movement has been very fast to the northeast, about 60 to 70 miles per hour. We'll zoom in and you can see the hook now pulling away from Richmond. That's the warning for Richmond itself. And I fear that we're going to be hearing about some damage on the southeast side of the metro there. We'll take a look at the velocity data. Still a very, very strong rotational couplet, and that is showing up just outside of 295. It looks like we've got tornado vortex signature right in there, and we'll look for evidence of debris. We certainly have seen a lot of that already, and we are still, in fact, seeing it right in there. So what the radar is doing is it's separating meteorological targets, and that's all this red, and that would be rain and hail, from non-meteorological targets, and that's what you're seeing right in there. So that is really proof positive from a radar perspective that we do, in fact, have a tornado that is ongoing, and that is now near McClellan Road. It's going to be coming out towards Flanagan Mill Road, and again, moving very rapidly. It could actually be a little behind here in terms of this scan. I'm going to go back to the velocity data, and you notice that you've got this broader circulation right in here, and perhaps tornado sitting in there, and moving really rapidly to the northeast. It's going to be coming right up into Flanagan Mill Road, so please take cover immediately in that area. We've been looking at a strong circulation and debris with this storm for quite some time, and looks like it's going to be a continued very dangerous threat here. Now, well to the south, and I want to give you the larger perspective, because this is pretty typical of a tornado outbreak. You've got this long line of storms, and all along here, just a lot of rotation. Just about every cell is rotating because there's so much low-level wind feeding into these storms. So we'll go through some of the warnings to the south. Here's a warning for Bladen County in North Carolina. Look at the velocity data, and we're seeing a couplet there just north of White Oak, and that's right along 53. So right in here, and it's going to be coming up across 53 and also 242 as well. Then to the north of that, actually a couple of storms here that are rotating. So there's a warning for Sampson County that does include Newton Grove. One storm has just come through Newton Grove, and then a warning for Johnston and Wayne counties going until 6:30. So circulation right now near Bentonville and Route 13, and that's going to be moving up to the northeast towards Route 70 here in Goldsboro, and then southwest of that there is another circulation. This one is now just southwest of Newton Grove and Van Crossroads. So in both of these towns, please take cover immediately. It's time to get to your safe place, as we are watching a pretty strong circulation just south. We'll look for evidence of debris there. Looks to be ambiguous at this time, but certainly there's an exceptionally strongly rotating storm there. And then also you've got Franklin and Warren County under warning until 6:30. This is the Centerville area. And here, too, looking at a circulation just southwest of Centerville. I'll zoom in on that a little bit for you and take a look at the debris signature here. We're not really seeing that in that case. Then to the north of that, yet another warning here for southeastern Virginia. This is including Emporia and Brunswick. And then to the north of that, you've got another warning here for Petersburg and Dinwiddie County. And zooming in on that, circulation is now just west of 301 and Templeton. So a whole string, Mike, of rotating storms. A lot to be worried about tonight. Back to you.
Yeah, indeed. Carl, thank you for the analysis tonight. We know we have severe thunderstorm warnings right now in Washington, D.C. and in Baltimore as well. There's a live look at Capitol Hill. We show you it on the radar, what the threat is. And we take you to North Carolina to talk to storm chasers there. Welcome back, everyone, to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of a severe weather outbreak. We've got strong storms, severe warned storms here in the D.C. metro area. You're taking a look at the Capitol grounds. You're taking a look also at the White House. Very strong squall line that's come through. Winds very gusty, lightning in the distance. A very dangerous night for you to be out in either Baltimore or in Washington, D.C. Let's take a look on the Wonder Map what's happening this evening. Baltimore City right now. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. Anne Arundel, as well as Prince George's, as well as Calvert counties, all under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And it's mainly this squall line right here that is causing us the issues right now. So Baltimore down through D.C., anywhere you're traveling here along I-95, we're going to have issues tonight. Just be aware of that and what the threat's going to be. Eventually, these will push their way toward the Annapolis area. These storms are moving relatively quickly and travels on I-83, by the way, north of Baltimore. That storm is lining up right along the highway as we speak. So obviously we've got some real big issues this evening in Washington, D.C. Brian, go ahead and advance this for me. This is not running for me right now. Let's take you back down toward North Carolina, by the way, and take you down near Spivey's Corner and near Goldsboro. Strong storm here that may have a hook on it and a tornado warning right now. Let's take you to Mount Olive, North Carolina tonight. We're going to check in with Brandon Kopic, storm chaser out there on this storm. Brandon, what are you seeing right now?
Well, the visibility is dropping rapidly just due to the sun setting, but within the past 5 minutes or so, I've seen a wall cloud that appears to it's definitely trying to develop a tornado. It's been having a couple finger funnels out of it, but it's not tightening up quite enough to drop a tornado yet.
You were on a storm earlier around Newton Grove. How far are you from where you were maybe a half hour ago in Newton Grove, and what is the direction that you're chasing now?
Right now I'm trying to keep up with the storm's northeast, but I mean, honestly, that's pretty much unrealistic with them moving at about 65 miles an hour. But we're only about 15, 20 miles northeast of Newton Grove right now.
Is this a decent place to chase? How's your road network this evening? Do you feel safe with your line of sight that you might actually be able to visually spot a tornado?
Well, it's getting dark, so seeing it's kind of becoming difficult, but compared to chasing yesterday in Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida, the visibility is a whole lot better. There's a lot of patches of flat land that I can get good looks at things. The road network's a little bit better, but it can be a task at some point.
Brandon, knowing how quickly these storms are moving, knowing that it's about to get dark on you, will you continue to chase after dark, or do you think that you just give one more shot with this storm and that'll be it?
Well, this storm right now, I'm probably going to give up on. I can't see anything else on it. I'll probably drop down to the storm just to the south of it, but after dark, I don't think we'll be chasing much longer. We might if there's a decent storm, but I think the storm that we drop down south on will probably be the last one for the day.
All right, Brandon, thank you very much for that. We know that you got a lot of things to chase out there, and we got a lot of storms out there that are very impactful tonight, not just here in North Carolina. Brandon's position, by the way, I'll mark it for you on this particular map. His position is right in here, and that potentially is where the tornado is and moving off in his direction. So he says he's going to give it one more try with that storm, but he's very, very close as that storm lifts off to the north and east just past him and just outside of Newton Grove. Well, let's update you on the storms that are racing through North Carolina and Virginia. Pretty imperative situation tonight in Richmond, Virginia as well. Carl Parker has the very latest on the radar from the lab tonight. Carl.
Mike, one thing that is common to tornado outbreaks is very strong low-level wind. We're watching a low-level jet with winds of 70, 80 miles per hour now coming up across North Carolina and Virginia, and that strong wind is creating the circulation, the low-level circulation of the atmosphere that storms can tap into and begin to rotate. So you've now got a bunch of tornado warnings, not as many as we saw just 20 minutes ago, but still quite a few, and one now southeast of Raleigh. This is the storm that you're talking about near Newton Grove. That's Johnston, Wayne, and Wilson counties under warning right now. We'll zoom in a little bit and take a look at the rotational couplet there. So right in there, that's where you've got the rotation. It's not quite as strong as it was a little while ago, but there may actually be a smaller circulation, maybe evidence of a tornado itself right there that is along Route 13. And we are seeing, yes, indeed, there's also evidence of debris right in here. So what this radar is doing is it's separating meteorological targets from non-meteorological targets, and we're seeing debris right where you got that little circulation. So that's exactly where our tornado is right now. And again, that's along Route 13 and rapidly moving northeast. So it's probably going to come right across 13 and then move up towards perhaps Sela Church Road as well. So please get to your safe place immediately in those areas. Watch out right now. Also around Harper House Road and Stevens Mill Road, as this will be moving along very rapidly. The movement has been as fast as 75 miles per hour to the northeast with these cells. And it looks like we've got a tornado in progress here just south of Bentonville and well west of Grantham. Then northeast of that, another strong cell here that is north of Grantham. That's Johnston, Wayne, Wilson counties under warning. And you notice the circulation is now just northwest of Goldsboro and right around 581. This is a little bit broader, so we're not seeing that real tight couplet there, that real evidence of a tornado, but we will look nonetheless and see if there's any evidence of debris, and yes, there is, right in there. So here, too, it looks like we've got an ongoing tornado, and that is right along Route 70. It's going to be moving northeast and crossing a 581 somewhere in that vicinity. So in those areas, please take cover immediately. To the north of that, also looking at a storm that is no longer being warned on for a tornado, just a severe thunderstorm warning, but there is a broad rotation within that, so we'll need to continue to monitor that. That's generally going to be headed towards Littleton. And then northeast of that, this is into Virginia now. That's Emporia, including Brunswick and Greensville and Sussex counties. This should be well to the northwest of Emporia, and broader circulation in this case, so at least for now it appears that maybe not quite as much of a threat. And then also here into Dinwiddie, Prince George and Sussex counties. Another warning just southeast of Petersburg, and here we're seeing a pretty strong rotational couplet that is now right along 295 and may actually be a TVS in there as well. So there's the broader circulation in here, and seeing a couple of pixels next to each other right along 295. Let's look again at the debris, and seeing a broad area right now. You know, I'm not entirely sure that that necessarily correlates to a tornado, but certainly there is a broad circulation here, and entirely possible that we're looking at a tornado there. And then to the north, this is the storm that came through the southeast side of Richmond. I think we're going to be hearing about a lot of damage on the southeast side of Richmond. Essex, King and Queen counties under warning until 7 o'clock. Quite a hail core in the storm as well. And look at that donut hole there. That's the circulation right in there. We'll look at the, wow, look at that rotational couplet. Very, very strong. Even looks like we have a little bit of data dropping out in the middle of that. And we'll also take a look. Whoops, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to that. We'll also take a look at what's going on with the velocity data in that case. And I believe, excuse me, the CC or the debris signature, and I believe that we're going to see some debris in this case. And actually, we're not seeing debris in this case. So still a very strong circulation with the parent storm, but maybe the tornado has lifted for the time being, but very strong circulation just northwest of Stevensville. And then finally, up here into southern Pennsylvania, a line of severe storms, a straight line wind threat along with those that's coming into Lancaster County, Lebanon County, across York County, and still seeing very strong storms, Baltimore County, and now stretching down into PG County there in the D.C. metro area. So more of a damaging wind threat as you get up to Maryland and Pennsylvania. Mike, over to you.
All right, Carl, really appreciate that. Thank you very much. We're going to take you to Baltimore when we come back here on Weather Underground. Strong squall line coming through right now, as Carl was showing us there on the radar. Still some folks out there on the roadways. Winds could gust in excess of 60 miles an hour with this squall that comes through, and blinding rain momentarily. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about all the storms lining up through the Carolinas when we come back, covering this tornado and severe weather outbreak.
Just yanked out the window, and she's standing right beside it. And then I watched her, like, literally the baby doing like this.
She was like flying out the window, literally. I had her by her ankles.
We heard that freight train sound, you know, I heard it in the house and knew a tornado was coming and yelled for the kid, for my grandson and my daughter to get in the hallway.
Devastation across the South, a two-day outbreak, 40 tornadoes reported in 7 states, and the threat is not over yet. Damage from a possible tornado in Waverly, Virginia. Cars flipped. Debris blocks Route 40 and Route 460. Mobile homes have been overturned. At least 3 people were killed. The entire Hampton Roads region, by the way, under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. We have ongoing tornado warnings as we speak. There's a look at some of the damage with the cars overturned, the mobile homes that have been flipped there. And again, really tough getting around because a lot of the roadways now are covered in debris. Here's what we know right now. We've had a 2-day outbreak across the South, right? 7 reported deaths now due to severe storms in Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Virginia. Over 180,000 are without power. across the South and the Mid-Atlantic. Governor Rick Scott of Florida has issued a state of emergency for Santa Rosa and Escambia counties in northwest Florida in the Panhandle. We know we have multiple tornado watches this evening across North Carolina and Virginia. Let's bring you the very latest now from the lab and look at the radar with Carl Parker.
Mike, we have a lot of weather coming into Baltimore and D.C. and also south central Pennsylvania as well. Here is a look at the radar, and what is happening here is you've got a straight line wind threat in addition to a fair amount of lightning and a lot of very heavy rain. Not as much of a tornado threat, and this is certainly going to help us out in terms of reducing that tornado threat because so much rain has come down and it will cool the lowest layers of the atmosphere. But the heaviest of rain right now extending from Baltimore right down 95 and getting towards 97 as well. This is into Anne Arundel and PG County, also down towards Route 50. So in these areas, very tough weather for a short period of time as that comes through. It's all moving pretty quickly to the northeast. Also, a line of storms now coming through Dauphin County as well as Lebanon, Lancaster, and York counties in the lower Susquehanna Valley. Here, too, there is a wind threat, and there's going to be very heavy rain, but not as much of a tornado threat. We may see some spin-ups in these lines of storms, but at least so far, it has mostly just been a damaging wind threat. But there are still quite a few tornado warnings in effect now in North Carolina and in southeast Virginia. So we'll take a look at one that is well to the southeast of Raleigh, and this is a tornado warning in effect right now for Wayne and Wilson counties, including Goldsboro. When I take a look at the velocity data, and it's not quite as pronounced as it was earlier with this cell. So you got rotation in here, not quite as well defined, not as tight. Nonetheless, dangerous storm coming up right across Route 581, Route 70 there, and moving towards Nahunta, maybe towards Stony Creek or the north side of Stony Creek. Then north of that, been watching a couple of cells here in southeast Virginia that had been warned on for tornadoes, but those warnings have been allowed to expire. We're not seeing the same level of rotation in that case. But another warning now east of Petersburg. This is for Charles City and New Kent and Prince George counties until 7:15. Here too, a broader circulation, so not as tight as what we were looking at earlier here in southeast Virginia. And then here is the storm that actually came through Richmond, and it's now getting ready to move up towards Warsaw in Virginia. So there has been an extension of that warning. That is now for Essex, Richmond, and Westmoreland counties going until 7:15. And look at the circulation on that thing. I mean, just a very, very pronounced. I mean, this is what is meant by a rotational couplet, where you've got wind that is moving away from the radar and going toward the radar right in there. And we can also look for any evidence of debris. And it does look like there is evidence of debris. So I think we've probably got a tornado ongoing here. And so what this is able to do is able to separate the meteorological targets from the non-meteorological targets. We're able to actually see that there is debris being lofted into the air that coincides very well with the circulation in this case. So we know that there is a tornado here. Looks like there are not any any towns that are perhaps directly in the path of this storm, but it's getting very, very close to Tappahannock right now, coming towards Gwynfield Road. So that worst part of the storm, that most dangerous part of the storm, is probably going to pass just west of Tappahannock and out here towards Gwynfield Road, right across Route 17. If you're anywhere in that area, it is time to get to your safe place immediately, as you've got a very dangerous storm now moving northeast. And because these storms are moving so quickly, again, 65, in some cases 70 or even 75 miles per hour, they're not going to give you a lot of time to react. So please take cover immediately there west and northwest of Tappahannock in Virginia. Mike, over to you.
Carl, thank you very much. If you have any questions tonight about severe weather, you can tweet us using the hashtag WUTV. We'll be answering your questions tonight. And when we come back, covering the blizzard conditions in the Midwest, that is our Reagan Medji in Michigan City, Indiana. We check in with her next.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 58 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with gusty winds. Low 33. Thursday, cloudy with gusty winds. High 40. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Our two big stories tonight. We've got winter weather in the Midwest. We've got severe storms on the East Coast. Here's a look at Washington, D.C. Squall line going through the D.C.-Baltimore areas tonight. Very gusty winds, the big threat with that squall line. But we also have a threat of tornadoes, Virginia down through North Carolina. Let's check in now with our storm specialist, Carl Parker, for an update on that. Some pretty serious rotation on radar.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a tornado that is ongoing now in southeast Virginia, and this is into Essex and Richmond and also Westmoreland counties in the southeast part of the state, moving towards Chesapeake Bay. And so there's a closer look at the storm. Now, the circulation is right in here west of Warsaw. You can see how much heavy rain there is there. So this thing is going to be totally wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see it apart from the fact that you've got obviously dark right now. But there's a look at the circulation. Still a very, very strong circulation. And the other thing that is really profound in this case is the debris signature. Look at that. I mean, it's just really, really showing up. And, you know, these images come in every few minutes, so it's oftentimes just a little behind, considering that these storms have been moving so fast. But that's a tornado right there. I mean, that tornado is lofting debris. What you're looking at in that green and blue color is possibly structural debris, at least parts of trees and that kind of thing. And that is now moving rapidly to the northeast. So in these areas to the northeast of that, Sandy Lane, County Bridge Road, maybe Naylor's Beach Road as well, in all of these spots that are to the north of Tappahannock and northwest of Warsaw, you need to take cover immediately, get to your safe place, because you've got an extremely dangerous tornado, again, rapidly now moving towards the northeast, about 65 to 70 miles per hour, Mike.
All right, Carl, thank you for that. And we're going to keep you updated on what's going on with the severe weather throughout the evening with the ongoing threat there. But also, we take you to the Midwest, and we'll take you to Winter Storm Petros. We know that we have blizzard warnings right now in Illinois and Indiana. In Michigan City, Indiana is where our Reagan Medji is tonight. Weathering the storm, Reagan, we know the snow and the wind has just been torture today for the folks in the Midwest. What can you update us on right now?
Well, right now, this storm is nowhere from being done. At this point, I have my anemometer. It's been reading the wind gusts, and I've been popping out all throughout the day here in Michigan City and Indiana. We're right along Lake Michigan, and when I get my anemometer up, the gusts right now, we're looking at 25 miles an hour, about sustained. The highest gust that I got so far today, 46 miles per hour, nearly 47. It was 46.8, and that was along the shore. And what's happening along the shore is it's collecting ice, and if you tune in tomorrow morning, we'll be back out here. The wind will continue, and so will the snow from the rest of the night, overnight, into the early morning hours. We'll be back, and we'll be able to show you a closer picture of what they call shelf ice, when all the ice from the Lake Michigan or any of the lakes just come up against the shoreline. We've been watching people throughout the day just sightseeing, looking carefully a far distance from that shelf ice on the sandy dunes, just looking out at the breath of the wind and just seeing all the wind crashing with the waves. It's an incredible image. But the snow that we're looking at, depending upon where you're at here in Michigan City, you can see anywhere from, by the end of this event, 6 inches to 12 inches of snow. And the snow that we're dealing with right now is a very heavy snow. It's what we like to call snowman making snow, snowball snow, but it's very wet. So not only is it flying across the screen right now, but it's very wet and very heavy. So this again is going to be going throughout the entire evening, all the way overnight, and then into the early morning hours. Of course, we will be here tomorrow morning here in Michigan City, Indiana, live for you, starting at 6 o'clock Eastern time. That's 5 o'clock Central time, just giving you a better look at this winter storm and its progression throughout the night. Back to you, Mike.
Reagan, can you give us an update on what visibility is like right now and how difficult travel is in this part of the country?
Yeah, so visibility, we're at nightfall at this point, so you really can't see. But when, take about an hour ago, visibility, you'd be lucky if you saw a quarter of a mile at some points. I mean, it was nearly a whiteout. We started our day in Chicago, Illinois, and it just started snowing there. And we followed this band all the way down along Lake Michigan, all the way up to Gary, Indiana, and then Michigan City, Indiana, where we're at now. And every now and again, when we were on the interstate, you really couldn't see much. Now, the driving, they have a lot of the trucks and salt spreaders and plows out on the roads right now. So, we spoke with the mayor here of Michigan City, and he says, we're asking people stay inside. You don't really need to go out anywhere because by tomorrow afternoon, things should be pretty good. But for now, people are just saying, hunker indoors, don't go outside, because if you get into trouble, remember, it may take a little bit while for the crews to get to you because they're out patrolling to make sure everybody else is safe.
All right, our Reagan Medji tonight in Michigan City, Indiana. Reagan, thank you so much. And Tom Niz, our winter weather expert, is with us right now. Tom, look at Reagan. First of all, listen to Reagan. Boy, the wind is just howling right now. She's got the goggles on. She's fully protected. You can't be outside in these conditions. These are very difficult. And she mentioned heavy, wet snow, too. Temperatures right around freezing or maybe just above, huh?
Just above, yeah. Winds gusting over 50 miles an hour coming off the lake right now. And if you go a little further north from Reagan up into lower Michigan, we're actually seeing visibilities down to a quarter mile and heavier snow, Mike. Just take a look at this. This is just a massive storm system. There's the severe weather that Carl was talking about and covering. Here is the winter weather on the backside of the system here. And if we zoom in on this and take a quick look here, you see the temperatures. That's about the only saving grace in this system, hanging around 32 degrees. That means we're seeing a very heavy, wet snow. Sustained winds right now don't look all that bad, 20 to 25 miles an hour. But I've been monitoring wind gusts up in this region here in southwestern lower Michigan. We've seen wind gusts of 45, 48 miles an hour in the past couple of hours here. And that is going to continue for several hours yet tonight. Watch how we go in time here from this evening as we go into tomorrow morning. Chicago's out of the snow by rush hour tomorrow. Detroit's going to be in it. Combination of moderate snowfall and strong winds going to make that rush hour a little difficult there. And then as we go into tomorrow afternoon and evening, the heavier snow transfers over to Cleveland, Erie, Buffalo, and then right down along the Appalachian Ridge here, where you'll see several inches of snow as well. It's not going to be until late tomorrow night, wee hours of Friday morning, until we get out of the snowfall associated with this. Again, the winds could be gusting as high as 40 to 50 miles an hour for several hours yet as we go overnight. The total additional snowfall from this system, probably in the range of 5 to 8 inches here. Some of Michigan, we could see as much as 10 inches of snow yet. And Detroit probably going to get by with about 3 to 5, Mike, because they're still getting a little bit of rain right now, but they're going to change over to a snow mix as we get in the overnight hours.
Let's talk a little bit about travel, Tom. Interstates that you are most concerned about, what the conditions could be on those interstates and the timing.
I-80, I-90 south of Michigan, I-94 southwestern state of Michigan for about an 8 to 10 hour stretch yet tonight. Then as we get into tomorrow, we're going to transfer over to that 90 corridor from Cleveland to Erie up to Buffalo. Not a tremendous amount of snow like they would be used to with lake effect, but crosswinds over that 90 corridor are going to make travel very difficult.
All right, Tom, thank you for the update. And boy, I could watch Reagan out there in that snow all night long, that's for sure. Well, it's time to sound off. You're asking questions tonight to our experts, whether it be winter weather or severe weather. We know it's a pretty dangerous evening, that's for sure. So our first question tonight comes to us via Twitter from Blair, asking, is there any tornado near Fayetteville, North Carolina, or Charlottesville, Virginia? Carl's here to take a look at that radar. Your thoughts on what's happening tonight, Virginia, North Carolina?
We're in good shape in Charlottesville. All the weather is well off to the east of Charlottesville. It's going to be coming up through southeast Virginia primarily right now. Fayetteville, North Carolina, I think we're also doing a lot better. I think everything is going to be translating into the eastern
How
part
long
of the
before
states.
this goes off the coast?
It's going to be another few hours, I think, before it's totally off the coast. You know, there's a warm front to the north there, so we may yet get some elevated storms, and you get more of a hail threat and wind threat with those. I do think the tornado threat's going to be coming down over the next few hours, though.
All right, good. Good stuff there, Carl. Thank you. Another question tonight, and this question comes to us from Pam, asking, when looking at the map, what is correlation coefficient, RE, to tornadoes?
Well, so what it's doing is that the radar is actually able to determine the shape of the hydrometeors. And so rain or hail tends to be more rounded in shape, so it's more regular. The horizontal and vertical axes are more similar, whereas when you've got like pieces of wood or pieces of branches or whatever it is, then it's going to be more irregular in shape. That horizontal and vertical axis is going to be very different. And so the radar is able to determine what is meteorological and what is non-meteorological. And when you see a lot of non-meteorological targets in conjunction with that circulation, you know you have a tornado.
Pretty conclusive. You got a good tornado. All right, Carl, thank you. And we know we've got another question tonight for Tom. This one from Jeremy. Any chance of thunder snow in the northern panhandle of West Virginia?
I'm not sure if you'll see any thunder snow. What I'm really concerned about later tonight and going into tomorrow is the Appalachians themselves getting that crosswind over the Appalachians, likely going to see several inches of snow and some pretty strong winds there. Wouldn't totally count out the thunder snow, but right now I think it will just be snow, Mike.
All right, Tom, thank you. Carl, thank you for your answers tonight. But we know we have another dangerous evening of storms. A threat for more tornadoes tonight. Weather Underground back in less than 60 seconds as we bring you coverage of what has already been a deadly tornado outbreak.
We heard that freight train sound.
It's right in front of us. It's going to cross right in front of us. Look at that. Oh, my God.
They just went right on top of us, man.
A tornado just came through right now. Just tore this place to pieces.
It was so scary. The glass doors blew out behind us and just covered us.
We took cover in the RV park. It looked like a blender.
I watched the baby doing like this.
She was like flying out the window. I had her by her ankles.
The sights and sounds of a two-day tornado outbreak. And how about this in North Carolina? A tree goes right through a house. The storms have cleared us now in North Carolina, but the threat has moved into eastern North Carolina tonight, as well as Virginia. We're covering a very prolific severe weather outbreak for you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Bettis. Thank you for watching our continuing coverage. Take a look at our tornado watches in effect this evening. Watch down through eastern North Carolina. It goes until 11 o'clock this evening. Our watches here across the Washington, D.C. toward Philadelphia areas goes until 9 o'clock this evening. So a very large threat across many major metropolitan areas this evening. We know we've had tornadoes that have touched down today in Virginia and North Carolina. Let's get the very latest with our storm specialist, Carl Parker. He's tracking those on the radar from the lab.
Mike, you need a couple of things for a tornado outbreak. One is instability to get thunderstorms to build up in the first place. The other is very strong wind, especially in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. That creates a rolling motion in the atmosphere that storms can tap into. And you can see that we've got this really strong wind, this low-level jet coming up and across the region. We are beginning to lose some of the instability, obviously, because the sun has gone down and it's getting darker and it's getting a little bit cooler. But we still do have very dangerous storms out there. A bunch of warnings now in effect from North Carolina up into Virginia, and the tornado warnings are all in southeastern Virginia. So first of all, this is southeast of Petersburg. That's Dinwiddie, Prince George, and Sussex counties under warning. Looking at a circulation right now very close to the Templeton area and along 95. These storms have generally been moving northeast really quickly, about 60, 65 miles per hour. So please take cover in that area as well as along 460 there northeast of Templeton. Then another warning, and this is in effect for Essex, Middlesex, and Richmond counties, and you're seeing that really pronounced appendage on the southwest side there, west of West Point. There's your circulation right in there. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on that for you, and you can see right there, it looks like we've got perhaps a tornado ongoing very close to Route 249. We'll check for evidence of debris in this case. It's really ambiguous at this time, but certainly a dangerous storm. And then to the north of that, this is the storm that hit the southeast side of Richmond, Essex, Richmond, Westmoreland counties. Look at the circulation on this thing. Still a very strong circulation, and we are still seeing evidence of debris as well. So that is pretty much proof positive that you've had a tornado there, and probably an ongoing tornado. Please take cover immediately in these areas around Mount Holly Road to the east of Montrose. Mike, over to you.
I appreciate the update, Carl. Thank you very much. Well, the National Weather Service in Raleigh, North Carolina, issuing more than 20 tornado warnings today. A line of severe storms rolled through this evening, taking down trees, knocking down power lines. Here's NBC correspondent Chris Pallone.
First Light revealed the utter devastation from a powerful storm system that is sweeping across the southeast, spawning tornadoes from Louisiana to Florida. Hardest hit a mobile home park in Convent, Louisiana, where 150 trailers were reduced to rubble.
This was probably the worst area that tornado could have hit.
To the east in Pensacola, Florida, a populated neighborhood took a direct hit.
We barely made it to the bottom, to the bottom floor. And then we started hearing things ripping apart. We're fortunate to be alive.
Look out.
More than a dozen tornadoes were reported across the region, flattening homes, overturning semi-trucks, and ripping apart brick buildings.
It was so scary. It was just unreal, the sounds and watching things fly around in your house, and you didn't know what was going to happen.
The indiscriminate nature of tornadoes is tough to predict. Their destructive nature hard to comprehend, even among public officials who have seen it all before.
Tornadoes have a mind of their own. They'll jump over housing areas or they'll jump over the house that you're in to destroy the house next door. And so that's what this tornado did.
A night of terror for those in the storm's path, with more tornadoes possible as the system pushes east and up into the mid-Atlantic region.
Chris now joining us live from Raleigh. Chris, we know that that line of storms now pushing into eastern North Carolina, maybe even more potent. Any word on how the state may assist those that have been affected?
Yeah, we're starting to hear reports of damage even here in the Raleigh area, even up in Durham, which is about a half hour northwest of here. We're hearing a lot about limbs down, trees down, some roof damage, things like that. Obviously, it'll need some closer examination to see whether it was straight line winds or a tornado. But there is some damage here, no injuries.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of severe weather across the east. This a look earlier, just moments earlier, of Benson, North Carolina, as a tornado-warned storm was coming in view here of our tornado chaser Brandon Kopic. This again near Benson, North Carolina. We've had strong storms that have rolled through the Tar Heel State today, producing in numerous areas damage. Trees have been down. Tornadoes have touched down, ripped roofs off of homes, flipped cars. It has been a deadly day, the second day in a row of deadly storms across this country. Let's update you on the storms that we've seen today, especially across North Carolina and into Virginia as well. Some of these storms have been quite potent. Take a look at Dabney, North Carolina. Reports of numerous trees down, 2 farm silos near Huntsboro Road and Harold Oberlin Road. This has been just one of the squall lines that came through that hit us pretty hard. We take you a little bit farther north and look at some of the storms that have been reported here, including around Waverly, where we know unfortunately 3 people were killed. Route 460 closed due to possible tornado, and fatalities have been reported. We now can confirm that 3 people in fact were killed in Waverly because of the storms. We're going to get you updated on the radar now because we have an ongoing threat this evening. Let's check in with our storm specialist Carl Parker tonight. He is in the lab with the very latest. Carl.
Mike, the trigger for all this is a very powerful upper level storm. The low pressure now moving through a lot of the east and really engulfing the eastern half of the U.S. So huge circulation extending all the way back through the Midwest. And out ahead of that, we've seen really strong mid and low level winds. And that's a big part of why we have had all of this severe weather today. So there are ongoing warnings now, tornado warnings through a lot of southeast Virginia, just getting into southern Maryland. Also a brand new warning to tell you about in North Carolina. So we'll zoom on down and start there first. And that's coming up just towards the Virginia state line. That's Bertie, Hertford, Northampton counties under warning until 7:45. We'll look at the velocity data, and sure enough, there is a velocity couplet there, as we say, that is now near Palmyra and Hobgood and coming up towards Scotland Neck. And keep in mind, these storms have all been moving very, very fast. They've been moving northeast 60, in some cases as fast as 70 to 75 miles per hour. It's not going to give you a lot of time to react. Does look like there's evidence of debris there as well. So this could be a tornado ongoing at this time, and that is just now southeast of Scotland Neck and towards Woodville as well. And it looks like it's going to be coming up on the northwest side of Woodville, now moving into Palmyra. So please take cover in this area immediately as you've got a possible tornado ongoing in this area. In fact, it looks like we've got a little circulation maybe just west of Palmyra, right in there. That looks like some evidence of an actual tornado there. And again, we are seeing the evidence of debris showing up on the radar here. Right there, just west of Palmyra, looks like an ongoing tornado. So please, in areas now north of Palmyra, please get to your safe space immediately as you've got a tornado ongoing there. Now, well north of that, another tornado warning to tell you about. The storm is out of that area, but to the north of that, there is an ongoing tornado warning, and this circulation is now east of Petersburg, showing up pretty well there on radar right in here. Again, we'll look for evidence of debris, and not seeing as much in that particular case, so maybe some better news there. Also, another warning up into Essex and Middlesex and Richmond counties. Very strong circulation now just west of West Point. Zoom down and take a look, see if there's any evidence of debris here. Maybe some there, but it's ambiguous at this time. And then finally, another very strong storm coming up into southern Maryland, Calvert, St. Mary's counties. We've had reports of damage near Tappahannock with this storm. Really strong circulation there now coming right across the Potomac River and into southern Maryland and getting really close to Leonardtown, Mike, and routes 244 and 5 in southern Maryland.
If you're in that area, take shelter right away. Carl, thank you very much. Well, coming up, the tornado that slammed Pensacola, Florida last night, it hit after dark. Imagine waking up to this morning and seeing all this damage. We get an update on the community that took a direct hit from a 155-mile-an-hour tornado.
Thursday, cloudy with gusty winds. High 40. Winds could occasionally. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of severe weather. We'll take a look at Philadelphia right now. Strong squall line not far from Philadelphia this evening. I know it's late February and the last thing on your mind is severe thunderstorms, but that's exactly what you're going to end up seeing tonight. Let's take a look at it on the Wonder Map and show you exactly how this times out, the locations that are at risk. Right now, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. It does include a Lancaster area, Cecil, Chester, and Delaware counties, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. In Philadelphia, it may not be long before that squall line comes into your area. So just a heads up on the storm that could be coming in momentarily. Let me widen this view out a little bit for you, and we'll head farther south because of some very strong storms and tornadic storms here down through Virginia. First out, Baltimore and Washington looking much better inside the Beltway, but Baltimore, we still have heavy storms that are right overhead. We may not actually be looking at the same criteria for winds any longer, but heavy rain hitting us right now in Baltimore. Again, D.C., we're in better shape. Annapolis, by the way, we have a strong storm there just about to come in here as well. There's a live look at Baltimore. It shows you the traffic cams right now. Incredibly heavy rain that is hitting us at this particular moment. So please, if you have to be out this evening, delay until that squall line goes by. It may just be another, maybe 20 minutes or so, and then you can get back out there. Let's take it down to some of these tornado warnings, including around Lexington Park here, Calvert and St. Mary's County under a tornado warning right now. Please take shelter as quickly as you can. I'll put on the storm relative velocities here, see if we can pick out any sort of couplet with this storm. And there may be some rotation in there. I see what may be a rotation right in there. And then we'll take you a little bit farther south for another tornado warning that we've got down St. George's Island, down around Warsaw as well. That's one tornado warning there that does have a very significant couplet on it. We're going to check in with Carl Parker here in just a minute for the very latest on that. In the meantime, Florida's governors toured some of the devastation in Pensacola today after this tornado tore through the area yesterday, and it was under the cover of night. Our Dave Malkoff talked to one family who has managed to survive in their home as it was being ripped apart.
You guys, it was nighttime just after 8 o'clock when this tornado ripped through this neighborhood here in Pensacola, Florida. All the homes around me, almost all of them are destroyed. I'm going to carefully walk over the drywall, the insulation, and the windows here to get into the home of a middle school principal. You can see there's no roof here in this home. He was here with his twin teenagers. That's a boy and a girl, his wife and their 75-year-old mother. This happened very fast. We're talking about 30 seconds before the roof came off over the entire home. So where do you go while you're in the middle of all that and they're hearing the alerts on their phone, their ears are popping? Well, they've got an interior bathroom here, and they loaded everybody into this bathroom. Everybody huddled together for a very fast storm that passed over here, took off the roof, and everybody got out alive. So a very, very dangerous situation for these families in Pensacola, Florida. But it looks like, at least in this home, everybody survived. In Pensacola, Florida, Dave Malkoff, the Weather Channel.
Dave, thank you for that very much. A new breaking update for you right now. We just showed you the radar on the storms just outside of Philadelphia and just outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It's now been upgraded to a tornado warning, and this goes until 7:45 this evening. What I'm going to do is change from the precipitation mode here, the reflectivity mode, to the velocity mode. This takes a look at the winds inside the storm. Where you see these red colors and these green colors right next to each other, this is where we know we have the possibility of a tornado, because we call this a tornado, a vortex signature, and right there it's winds going toward and away from the radar. So in this particular instance, what you're looking at is winds that are going away in this direction, and then you have winds that are coming toward the radar in this direction. If you live right now in Bart, up toward Paradise, or if you live a little bit farther north, maybe along 772 Sadsbury, take shelter right away. The possibility of a tornado is almost right on top of you right now. We'll put that into motion for you. You can see the motion here is almost north-northeast, or maybe even taking more of a northerly track as we speak, but a tornado warning for you right now. Take shelter right away. Well, we know we have a tornado threat this evening. Also, by the way, a winter storm in the Midwest. Reagan Meggie is in Michigan City, Indiana.
This winter storm is pummeling us here, not only with winds, but also with the snow. How much snow?
Very serious situation in Waverly, Virginia today. Look at the damage here. It looks like damage to a laundromat. We know that several homes were damaged by this. Debris strewn everywhere. Cinder block buildings here that have been knocked over. We know now 3 people, unfortunately, were killed, and basically all the entire Hampton Roads region under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. Take a look at some of the still photos from the area as well. Debris all over the roadways. There's basically a mobile home that's been decapitated at that, and then cars that have been flipped over as well. Some pretty significant damage in Waverly, Virginia. We are joined here in the lab this evening by storm specialist Carl Parker to update you on what's happening with these storms. North Carolina, Virginia, now Pennsylvania, Carl. We have issues, and probably to a lot of people, they step outside today. It did not feel like February.
Yeah, you know, normally we'd be in the 40s in D.C., and we've gotten up into the 60s in the area, and that's a big part of why we've had this severe weather today. This warm air driving right up through the Carolinas and Virginia, and will continue to press a little farther north through tonight, so we're going to see that threat also lifting a little more to the north. Here's a look at the current situation, a whole string of warnings now. There's a new tornado warning, southeastern Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, still going on in southeast Virginia and also down into North Carolina. So we're going to go from south to north here. First of all, in northern parts of North Carolina, Bertie, Hertford, Northampton counties under warning until 7:45, and you can see the circulation there. There are actually a couple of circulations. The first of them has gotten a little broader and a little weaker, but there's a second one right now, and oftentimes the local weather service offices will leave a warning up if you've got 2 in a row like that. Very strong circulation right now that is just west of Woodville and also southwest of Roxabelle. So in those areas, please take cover immediately. This is moving to the northeast now generally very quickly. We'll look for some evidence of debris in this case, and looks like there is at least some evidence that there is some debris in this particular case. So again, please take cover immediately in these areas. Just off to the southwest of Woodville is where your circulation is right now. Roxabelle looks like the next target for this storm, right across Route 308 there near Harold Siding Road and Piney Woods Road as well. Very dangerous storm there. Now to the north. up into Virginia. This is Charles City and King William, New Kent counties, and a warning here going until the top of the hour. Not seeing a really pronounced circulation in this case. It has broadened a bit, so hopefully things getting a little bit better there. To the north of that, Lancaster, Northumberland, and Richmond counties. Another warning, strong circulation right in here. That is now just north of Jamaica. I'm going to tighten up on that for you a little bit. And again, here we'll look for any evidence of debris, and not really seeing that at this time. Doesn't mean that there is not a tornado, though. And there's a look at that circulation once again. That's coming towards Route 3. Looks like a rather less populated part of the state. Also, an ongoing warning up into Calvert County. This storm has been weakening. As we look at the velocity data, it's just not anywhere near as strong as it once was. So things getting a bit better here, perhaps. Then the broader picture showing you this big line of storms, none of which were tornadic as they came into D.C. and Baltimore. Just a lot of straight line wind concern here, and then also a little flash flood warning for Alexandria and Arlington. And then finally, got a tornado warning now with a comma head that has come up across parts of Lancaster County, and we'll look at the velocity signature here. It's not quite as tight as it once was, but it's certainly plenty strong. We're looking at a couple of different radars there. So that's now moving up towards Paradise and 322. So getting into Lebanon County before very long. And again, here we'll look and see if there's any evidence of debris in this case. And really ambiguous, difficult to say, but certainly a dangerous storm now coming up through Lancaster County. And that certainly is also one of the spots that tends to get more tornadoes in the state of Pennsylvania.
All right, Carl, thanks for the update. Pretty intense line, team, that's for sure. But we're talking about how warm it's been on that side of it all. On the other side, though, it feels like it is the dead of winter. Tom Nissel's here for Winter Storm Petros, which is really doing a number on us here in the Midwest tonight, Tom.
Massive storm system, and it really threaded the needle between Chicago and Detroit with the heaviest snow. But boy, there's a couple of areas just south of Lake Michigan, Mike, that are getting hammered with wind and snow right now. We're going to take a look at the radar here. Look at the size of this storm system here, covering at least a third of the United States right now. And I want to zoom down into this area right in here. This is northwestern Indiana here. Temperatures are running around 32, 33 degrees, but they've picked up as much as 13 inches of snow in Cedar Lake here, right in the northwest corner of Indiana. And in the last hour at the Gary Regional Airport, right in this area here, the winds, Mike, gusted to 67 miles an hour coming off of Lake Michigan. That open stretch of the lake, northerly winds coming down on the backside of this system.
And this is beyond blizzard conditions. Then we only need 35-mile-an-hour winds to meet blizzard criteria.
So it's making for very, very difficult driving conditions in the area right now. That
if you're
I-90,
a big rig, you can't drive in that kind of wind.
No, the I-90, I-80 corridor in there is going to be critical. The I-94 corridor in southwestern Michigan as well is going to be a difficult drive. I think my max is, there we go, right here. Here are the winds, Mike, for the rest of the night here. You can see them coming down right down the long fetch of Lake Michigan. That is why we have blizzard conditions and blizzard warnings in effect for parts of Indiana still through the rest of the night. If we take a look at the rest of the night and into tomorrow morning and look at the rest of the snowfall here, we're only looking at about another 3 to 5 inches overall. Some of Michigan might get a little extra snow off of Lake Huron to put it up to about 8 to 12 inches. So not a major snow event for the rest of this time frame, but winds are still going to be strong through the rest of the night.
Tom, I'm going to give you 3 cities. Tell me about these 3 cities tomorrow morning for the commute. Detroit, Toledo, Cleveland.
Detroit, windy, going to probably see 3 to 4 inches of snow. I think the morning commute is going to be difficult. Temperatures around 32. Toledo is another area during the first half of the day tomorrow that's going to see a burst of snow and strong winds. Cleveland, I'm concerned about for the evening rush hour. Winds coming out of a northwest direction off of Lake Erie are going to produce a heavy band of snow on the lakeshore. And going across the I-90 corridor in particular, it's going to be a crosswind over that highway. So I think we're going to have rough conditions there.
Yeah, pay attention to that forecast tomorrow morning, what the conditions are like. Tom, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Well, let's take you right into the middle of some of the worst of it. That is in Michigan City, Indiana. Tonight, the Weather Channel's Reagan Medji is there live. Reagan, we know the winds have been horrific today. The snow's still coming down. What kind of wind are you registering right now?
I mean, we're registering anywhere from 26 miles per hour up to 30 miles per hour. And we're right here in Michigan City, Indiana, and this is a recreation area. So there's a marina behind me and all the boats are away. But a little bit further this way is Lake Michigan. And I clocked on my anemometer that reads the wind speeds 46.8 mile an hour gust. And that's just about 2 hours ago. So you can imagine that the people here in Indiana, they understand this kind of weather. In fact, I spoke with the mayor hours ago who kind of laid it all out for me. Take a listen.
Right now, we anticipate a couple storms like this in the winter, and we're prepared. This just started about 8 o'clock this morning here in our town, and we had a good 24 hours of forecasting, and that kind of alters as it goes along. But we were hoping for rain, but now it's going to be blizzard conditions for probably the next 12 hours here.
Absolutely. Beyond next 12 hours, I mean, we're looking at this blizzard condition going not only throughout the rest of the evening, overnight into the morning. So we're going to be back here live tomorrow morning here in Michigan City, Indiana, starting at 6 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, 5 o'clock Central Time, to bring you the very latest. Now, this weather that we're dealing with, you got the gusty winds, and as we were talking, you have to take precaution if you're going to be going out on the roads. You really shouldn't be going out, but if it's an emergency, it's an emergency. The snow is a heavier snow, so it has a lot of weight to it, and it's got a lot of moisture to it. So this is very heavy. Portions of this area, National Weather Service is saying could be anywhere between 6 to 12 inches. Obviously, you don't see a lot, but of course, some has melted because it's a lot. It's very wet. So if you look back, and I don't know how far we can go, but you can see that some of this wind right here is just taking this grass and bending it over, and this is just the start of it. We also have the water, what we're going to show you tomorrow morning, along Lake Michigan, all of those waves crashing up against, causing all the ice formation. So there's going to be a lot more to show you tomorrow. But again, this condition is going to be lasting not only for now, not for the next 4 hours, but all throughout the night into tomorrow morning. Not only the wind, but also the snow. Guys, back to you.
All right, Reagan Medji in Michigan City, Indiana tonight. Reagan, thank you so much. Just listening to that wind, makes you cold. You can just kind of feel it slicing right through Reagan tonight. Hey, stick around. A lot more Winter Storm Petros when we come back, but also an update on tornadic storms tonight, including some getting closer and closer to Philadelphia. We have tornado-warned storm around Lancaster, Pennsylvania, splitting right between Lancaster and Philadelphia. Carl Parker is going to update us on that on the radar when we come back. Still watching severe weather across North Carolina, Virginia, and Pennsylvania tonight. This is new picture into us from Hannah Peters. And this is Appomattox, Virginia. Look at this tornado in the distance here. Impressive stuff. We believe we've had multiple touchdowns of tornadoes across North Carolina and Virginia today, and new warnings that are extending even farther north. Let's check in with our storm specialist, Carl Parker. He's in the lab analyzing the radar right now. Carl.
Mike, it is really amazing how when you've got a situation where storms want to rotate, they'll continue to do that for a very long time. That's exactly what we've seen today in North Carolina and Virginia. Ongoing tornado warnings in the southeast part of the state. Storms have been lifting up into the northern part of the state and also into Maryland and Pennsylvania, but we haven't seen as much in the way of tornado warnings there. It's been a little cooler there today, and storms are starting to become a little bit more elevated as they get farther north. But certainly the tornado threat is an ongoing one in North Carolina and Virginia. So let's take a look at the latest warnings here. There's the warning that continues for Bertie and Hertford and Northampton counties, and then also the extension of that gets up into Gates and Hertford and Southampton counties, including Chesapeake. So we'll take a look at the velocity data and see what's going on with the circulation. There are actually a couple of circulations here. One of them is near Roxabelle, and that's moving northeast very rapidly. So heads up there in Roxabelle, possible tornado coming your way. And then you've got another circulation that is here near Ahoskie. So we're looking at these areas where the red and green and blue sort of coincide. That's indicating the broader counter rotation in a thunderstorm, and that is the precursor to the tornado itself. That's going to be coming up right across Route 13, and it looks like it's going to be taking aim on Winton. So heads up there on Winton, especially perhaps on the southeast side of Winton. Time to get to your safe space as these storms are moving very, very quickly. Now, to the north of that, up into southeast Virginia, warnings here for Charles City, King William, and New Kent counties. That includes West Point. Now, in this case, you've got a sort of a broader circulation. We are seeing that circulation where there's red and green, but it's broader. It's not a real tight area of circulation. Doesn't mean that we're not looking at a tornado in this case. It's just a little bit more encouraging. Then you've also got St. Mary's County under warning. Another cell coming right across the Potomac River and into southern Maryland. And, you know, oftentimes when they get into this position, I think they pick up a little extra spin from these coastal boundaries that can exist all along these coastal areas. And there you see a pretty well-defined circulation. That's going to be coming up towards St. George Island. We'll take a look and see if there's any evidence of debris. I'm not really seeing that at this time, but nonetheless, a very dangerous storm, strong circulation along with that. Now, to the north and up into parts of Maryland, a lot of heavy rain that has finally started to clear the Baltimore and D.C. areas. So your threat has come way down as a result. And then north of that, you've got some severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Little circulation in this bow, on the comma head of that bow right there. That is loosened up just a bit, but you've also got this potential for very strong wind to come right across the turnpike there and into Pottstown as well. A little bow echo showing up. So heads up in Reading and Pottstown as dangerous wind possibly coming your way. And we expand out the picture a little bit. Eventually this weather is going to make its way into Philadelphia. Warm air continues to drive northward here, so that will support at least severe storms. And even when you have these more linear storms, you can have circulations that develop within them. That's exactly what we saw in this case in central parts of Pennsylvania, and we may see more of that before the night is through. So it is possible that we'll see that tornado threat coming up towards Wilmington and towards Philly and maybe even New York City and a good part of Jersey. Obviously, now that it's getting darker and a little bit cooler, that is certainly going to help us out, and we'll just continue to hope that that is the case. Mike, back to you.
Carl, appreciate the update. Thank you very much for that. And some new information for you right now. We have a brand new tornado watch that has been issued that does now include the New York metro area. Is this the new watch right here, Ryan? No. It hasn't. It's actually so new it hasn't populated yet. It does include New York, Long Island, does include Bridgeport. Doesn't include Bridgeport. Goes until when? Expiration is 2 a.m. All right, so just want to let you know, just came in. It hasn't actually updated on our graphic. New York Metro, you are now in a tornado watch until 2 o'clock tonight. Hey, stick around. A lot more to come here on Weather Underground as we update you on the very latest with the severe weather across the South. The governor of Virginia, Terry McAuliffe, just declaring a disaster across the state.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 53 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, windy, showers early, low 33. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Thursday, cloudy with gusty winds. High 40. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back, everyone, to Weather Underground as we update you on severe weather across the east this evening. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch. Earlier I said this was a tornado watch. This is indeed a severe thunderstorm watch. Does include New York, does include Bridgeport. This goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. Hail and high winds will be the primary threat, and more likely wind than anything else. Let's update you on what our big stories are this evening. We're going to check in with our severe storm specialist, Carl Parker, for the very latest on these warnings, Carl, which have been coming fast and furious.
Yeah.
We know that, and I think maybe to a lot of people's surprise, there have been, it appears, a lot of tornado touchdowns today.
I think so. It's been a pretty active day across, this was a bona fide tornado outbreak in Virginia and also in North Carolina. And, you still got very strong winds in the low levels of the atmosphere. That's a big part of what drives a tornado outbreak. That gives us the shear that is necessary to get rotation in the lower levels of a storm. And you've got winds that are coming up here at about 5,000 feet, around 70, 80 miles per hour. What we are losing now is the instability. That's a big part of it too. You've got to have thunderstorms that are able to punch well up into the atmosphere to take advantage of that wind shear, and we're going to see less and less and less of that gradually, but we've still got a bunch of warnings to tell you about. A big string of warnings as we've seen for a while now. Severe warnings in southeast Pennsylvania, tornado warnings in southern Maryland, in Virginia, and also in North Carolina. So first of all, into North Carolina, here's the latest on Chesapeake, Portsmouth, and Suffolk cities. Also Gates, Hertford, Southampton counties under warning here. There are actually 2 cells in this case, and both of these cells have rotation in them. So we'll take a look at them independently. One circulation, pretty strong circulation, now right around St. John. That's going to be coming up across Route 158 and Route 11 as well. So please take cover there. Winton possibly as well. To the north of that, a little more difficult to see a well-defined circulation there. It's a little broader, more of a shear line there. Then east of Richmond, this is Charles City and Henrico and New Kent counties under warning. Circulation here is pretty well defined. The radar's having a little bit of trouble with it, but certainly there is a circulation right in there. We'll take a look and see if there's any evidence of debris. There may be, but certainly ambiguous at this time. Then there's the warning for southern Maryland. That is St. Mary's County, and here the circulation has really loosened up as compared to what we saw moments ago, so maybe things are getting a little bit better there. But still a lot of stormy weather, Mike, coming up towards Philly, and it's going to be a stormy night across a lot of Jersey and even up into New York City later.
The threats there, do you think primarily wind?
I think
maybe, I mean, we're reducing the tornado threat, are we not?
I think reducing the tornado threat, you're going to have this big mass of storms, and that tends to stabilize the atmosphere. But I wouldn't say that you couldn't have some circulations embedded within the line, because you've still got so much low-level wind in place now.
Carl, thank you for that update. So we're going to keep you updated on severe weather this evening, but we also have a very significant story, by the way, playing out in the Midwest. It is a winter storm, full-fledged blizzard across portions of Illinois and Indiana, Tom Nizzle. Where do we go tonight? How does this look for tomorrow's commute for a lot of places in the Midwest?
I think tonight we're going to have to worry about lower Michigan, in particular southwestern lower Michigan, the I-94 corridor up through Grand Rapids into Lansing and those areas. Right now we've got winds gusting to near 60 miles an hour. We got one wind gust to 67 at Gary Regional Airport on the south end of Lake Michigan. In tomorrow, this system is going to move rapidly into Canada, and as it does so, we're going to transfer that snowfall over to the eastern Great Lakes. So there's the radar right now. Massive storm system here. Here is where the heavy snow is falling right now, and let's move in on that a little closer. Temperatures running around that 32-degree mark, the saving grace here. Sustained winds 28 miles at Chicago right now. Right here in the northwestern corner in Gary, Indiana, the regional airport actually got this wind gust a couple hours ago with 67 miles an hour. If we take a quick look here at how this will progress as we go from tonight into tomorrow morning, Detroit will be under the gun here in the morning hours for that combination of snow and wind. Going to be rough travel during the morning commute, and then the heavier snow translates over to the Buffalo area as we get into the evening rush hour, the I-90 corridor in and around that area of Buffalo going toward Rochester, New York. Finally, by early wee hours of Friday morning, the system has moved well off the coast. These are the winds I'm concerned about. They're going to continue gusting throughout the night tonight. If you live in lower Michigan in particular, really pay attention. If you don't have to go anywhere, please don't, because the conditions are going to be rough. Another 5 to 8 inches, not out of the question for that area.
Yeah, Tom, it's wild to see what's going on there this evening. That's one time to stick around, and Carl's with us as well. We're going to be answering your questions right now. A lot of you are sending them in via Twitter. You use the hashtag WUTV, and we'll answer your questions about severe weather or about winter weather. So our first question tonight comes to us via Twitter from Angela asking, wow, in the past half hour, the temperature's gone up 10 degrees, strong south wind now in lower Hudson Valley.
Yeah.
So we were just talking about this. Boy, you're getting this just huge surge of warm, moist air. It feels like spring in the Northeast.
And there's actually been a warm front draped across the area. So the boundary has come through and the south winds are pressing up right now. So there's going to be fuel for more storms tonight. And that's why we think it's going to continue to be pretty active across a lot of New Jersey tonight.
All right. Be very aware of the weather tonight, Angela, and be prepared for some strong storms to come your way. Our next question tonight, this one comes from Sean. Tom Nizzle, what if any thunderstorms or wind can I expect in the Connecticut, River Valley, or New Hampshire? Woo TV Petros. So I'm going to actually hand this one off to Carl. Carl, what do you think about New England tonight?
Well, you know, I think there's certainly going to be a lot of wind. There's a lot of wind with the system in general, but as far as storms are concerned, it's going to be harder to get storms up there because the warm air is just not going to make it that far to the north. So I think it's mostly just going to be rain and a fair amount of what we call synoptic wind, general wind.
But nothing that should be crazy necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Or meet severe criteria necessarily.
Right, exactly.
All right. Our next question tonight comes to us via Alvi. Can you please explain the red-green radar? Thank you, Alvi, for that. And, you know, sometimes we're going through so many of these, and maybe you catch us in the middle, you know, you just tuned in. This is storm relative velocity.
Yeah, and so, you know, what's happening in this case is that you've got rain that's falling out of the storm, and the rain, as it gets into what's called the mesocyclone, that's the rotating part of the storm, some of that rain and wind is coming towards you, and some is moving away from you. And so Doppler radar is able to use the Doppler shift to detect that motion. It's very much like when you hear a race car go by, and it starts with a high-pitched whine and then drops off as it goes by. That's the same principle. And so by seeing this toward and away motion, we know there's a larger circulation, and when you see a tight little couplet showing you red and green, then you know you've got a tornado itself.
When you see what on the screen right there, can you illustrate for us what you're talking about?
Yes, absolutely. And let me go to a better example and see if we can find it.
That's not bad there.